Yeah, ha. Oh, yeah. Hey. Hey. TruCrime warriors in the feed tonight. Turn the code file hot, make the facts take flight. Typically unique with the blade shore, red Bronx tales. TruCrime Dago cutting through the feed. The last 24, they don't blink, they bite. Every clipped up clip got the walls too tight. Paparazzi in the room when the truth rings out. Harsh reality, yeah, we drag it out. Truth and transparency, that's the line we bleed. No smoke, no costume, just what the records need. We expose the lies, we expose the lies, day after day, till the truth survives. We expose the lies, we expose the lies, no easy sleep, till the details rise. Choose TruCrime reaction, sharp with the frame. Hill drip investigates, putting names to the game. Emma Vance on the thread, every piece in view. Travis T. Logic, breaking down what's true. Idaho for Duffy, no room for games. Karen Reed, same storm, different names. So many more, and we keep that line. Hands on the file and the clock don't lie. Truth and transparency under floodlight eyes. If the story bends, we pull it back in light. We expose the lies, we expose the lies, day after day, till the truth survives. We expose the lies, we expose the lies, no easy sleep, till the details rise. Jock me how when the silence cracks. One more page, then we circle back. If they hide the wound, we name a scar. If they bury the proof, we dig that far. We expose the lies, we expose the lies, day after day, till the truth survives. We expose the lies, we expose the lies, no easy sleep, no, till the details rise. We won't back down, we won't shut eyes, till every wrong gets dragged to light. Hey. We were all there, in the chair, in the room, the blackest nights in the moon. 4 people murdered in the night. My innocence taken, I'm guilty. I did not fight. You took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth. then they blacked me out. I'm a fool, I'm a man, I'll never say I did it. I can't. She took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. Nothing left for me now. Nowhere to turn to. I thought you were here to protect and serve, not ruin my life. I thought you were here to protect and serve, but you lied. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. No. Visually unique on the line. Bronx Tales, True Crime, Dago and the True Crime Cafe, the last 24 all day. Pavarotti, harsh reality, truth and transparency. Jules, True Crime reactions, eyes wide. Hildreth investigates, won't slide. We read the blood in the paper. We trace the light of the maker. Every cover-up starts to shake. When the facts awake, we won't stop, till the truth breaks through. We won't stop, till the truth comes through. Exposing every lie, day after day. We won't stop, till the truth stays. Till the truth stays. Amber Vance with the thread in hand. Travis T. Logic, make it understand. Glitch DNA in the case file glow. Tearing them apart, let the details show. Idaho 4, every name we speak. Delphi, Karen Reed, we stay on the streak. Every contradiction, every hidden door. We're kicking it open, asking for more. No polished smile can save you. No silence gets to save you. If the story bends for power, we come back louder. We won't stop, breaks through. We won't stop till the truth comes through, exposing every lie day after day. We won't stop till the truth stays. Facts in the dark, we drag them in today. Every mask, every mark gets stripped away. Corruption in every way, we name it plain, till the last false word is gone in the the truth breaks through. We won't stop till the truth comes through, exposing every lie day after day. We won't stop till the truth stays.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business on this Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you're all having a great one. All the beautiful people. It is great to see you all today. Thank you for joining us. Please make sure you guys are hitting that like button as you come through the door. Share this out and let everybody know what we're doing in here, guys. We are going to be breaking down. I don't know what I did. I messed up my title or something, but breaking down interviews and documents and all the stuff that we do. It's a mix up of things that we're going to be getting into. I messed up my my title on it, I guess. So my apologies for that. We're going to get this thing kicked off and jump into what we're doing. I don't know what I did. I'm looking at this now like, what the hell did I do? I must have screwed something up. Either way, there's a couple interviews out here that I wanted to review. There was a Gonsalves interview on the Bash Bryan tour that I wanted to review and react to possibly. There's some more documents still. So I'm going to mix it up and jump into a little bit of all of it. That's how it's going to work today. And of course, I will link for anybody that wants to join me and express their feelings, voice, and opinions, because that's how we do it here at the cafe. And guys, don't forget tonight, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be live at the Last 24 with Mikey. Actually, it's going to be a large show tonight. Myself, Mikey, of course. Truth and Neurons is going to be there. Hildreth Investigates and Reacts is going to be there. And, of course, Miss Audrey will be joining us from Glitch DNA. I cannot wait for that tonight, guys. 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You better put it in your book, guys, and you don't want to miss that one. That being said, you guys know how we do this. Let's jump into this mix and get this show up moving.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the TruCrime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth. cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
Alrighty then. Welcome back, guys. Thanks for joining us today at the cafe. Great to see you all here, as always. Much appreciated. You guys are amazing, as always. The beautiful people, the beautiful people. It's great to see you all. Again, please make sure to hit that like button on the way through the door and share this out and let everybody know what's going on with us over here today. Thank you all for being you. Great to have you here. Come on in and grab a seat. Again, guys, my title got jacked up somehow. I don't know what happened, but today we're going to be reviewing in the Idaho 4 case, of course. At least it says that much. We are going to be reviewing depending on how and what we get to. There's a new interview that the Gonsalves put out. Does it have any new truth, lies, anything in it? And there's also some other videos and interviews. There's also some documents. So we're going to mix it up and do a little bit of whatever we can with it. So please make sure you hit the like button. Find a good seat, guys. Get comfortable. Get off your feet. Grab your cup and fill it up. And let's jump into this. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you all, wherever you are, whoever you are. I hope it's good because it's great to be here with you guys today. It truly is. Let's see who we got joining us. Truly and honestly, it looks like Witchy. Ooh, good to see you. Squishy Bum, welcome back to you. Miss Sophie, welcome. Great to see you today. Miss Rowe, thank you for being here. And for that, Pretty Much Finland, great to see you again. Miss Carla, welcome. Good to see you. Soft Touch Productions, Randy Fur, my brother from another brother. Good to see you. I am not following the Murdaugh thing again. I can't do it again. Twice is enough for me. Mikey's in the house with the last 24. Guys, don't forget, as I said earlier, you don't want to miss it. The last 24 will be live tonight, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with myself, of course, Mikey. Dylan from Hildreth Investigates and Reacts. Miss Audrey with Glitch DNA and Truth and Neurons, guys. What a show. What a show. I can't wait for that. That's going to be a blast. Make sure you're tuned in for that one, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Going to be a big one. You don't want to miss it. Mad Dog 5000 in the house. Good to see you. Deb 68. Welcome back to you. Miss Cat. Great to see you today. Miss Jacqueline Keeley. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ray Turn Clyde. Welcome. Good to see you. Miss Wendy. Welcome back to you. Simply Solo and Yinzal. Great to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Donna. Welcome back to you, Miss Donna. Let me see here. Pedro Pony. Welcome, my friend. Great to see you. Miss Rowe, of course, always. Let me see here. Ms. Mamakins, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Does my microphone sound okay? Am I coming through clear to you guys? It's not too loud, not too quiet. Lisa Winchester, welcome. Great to see ya. Realize, analyze, the Jersey Girls in the house. Good to see you, Realize. Camping out for Kohberger tickets. Welcome to you. Let me see here. I'm sure we have many UKers in the house, guys. If you're from the UK, throw one in the chat, please. Sleuthy Kitty, welcome. Jasmine Chantix, welcome. Sudan, welcome to you. Good to see you. Zippity Doodah, welcome to you. Thank you guys for joining us. Shane X, welcome. Great to see you today. Baby Ames, welcome back, Baby Ames. Micro Blue, welcome. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here. Let me see here. John T, welcome. Amber Eyes, great to see you. All the meatballs are jumping in that sauce with us today so we can spill it all over the place. We don't spill tea over here. We spill sauce, y'all. Miss Typically Unique. Welcome, Miss Kim. Great to see you today. I'm sure everybody is missing you. Great to have you here. Aquamarine, welcome from Germany. Thank you for joining us. Carolyn Lewis, welcome. And Stitches is in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for that. Uh-oh. Sorry, Miss Kim. I hope it heals up good. You are welcome, dear. Thank you, Squishy. Appreciate that. I just want to make sure. Again, is anybody in here from the UK? If you are, please, please leave a one in the chat. I love Dylan's because he hates Mrs. He does hate. He does. He definitely does. I'm sure Dylan will be here shortly as well. Just Jackie, good to see you. If I miss anybody, I promise I'll catch up with you. I'm just trying to scout it all. I think I've gotten everybody so far. There we go. We got Liverpool, England. UK Mandy, welcome. We got a couple UKers, Miss Debs. There you go. For whoever was asking if there's any UKers, there we go. We got lots of them in here. We got people from all over the world, guys. Thailand, South Africa, Germany, Russia. We've had people from Japan, North Ireland, Norway, Australia. They come from everywhere. It's crazy. Sean Jackson, they were speaking of right there, North Ireland. That's awesome. Welcome, Sean. Mad Dogs in London. Very awesome. Welcome, Miss Margaret. We had a train derail in our county yesterday. It made, oh, wow, Donna, that's horrible. I hope nobody was hurt. We had that happen here too, and then they blew it up, and it caused so much stuff here. Good old East Palestine, Ohio. All right. How many people have seen this new interview with Stephen Christie Gonsalves with Sean Hannity? Show of hands. The Free G for Life, welcome. All right, all right, all right. Haven't seen it. It's another interesting one. Like I said, it feels like there's a Bash Bryan tour rolling around. You know. All right, let's see. Legally, factually innocent. Welcome. And congrats on 10 months. Happy day anniversary. And thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. Very much. My camera's flickering. It. I'm sorry. Let me check my. Maybe that'll help. Hopefully. Yes, I know. I agree with that. Simply, I do. And it kind of makes me wonder. Ozzy McGlynn, welcome. Thank you for being here. There's our Bubbles. Miss Bubbles is in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Living Dead Girl, welcome back to you as well. Let's see. The lawsuit is ridiculous. I fully agree. And I think that's partially maybe one of the reasons why they're playing all these ridiculous interviews. That one yesterday, I'm still throttled from that. There she is, Accomplished Day. Great to see you today, dear. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Accomplished Day. She has come out and started doing a whole lot of work to help us out here, along with Connor and Miss Christie and all these people that are bringing these interviews, these different variations of information that we can go through, break down, and see what's in it, what's not in it, what's true, what's false. There's a lot of falsity. I'll say that much. Excuse me. At the free, wait a minute, I'm sorry. At the free G for life. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Number one towards our goal today. I'm the guy who likes spending coin on super chats. My username was Hulk Hogan. Oh, okay. I like it. I love it. We appreciate you very much and thank you. And because of that, of course, our friend Manny has to thank you. Yeah, yay. Make sure we drop accomplished link in here, guys, if we can. Thank you so much, my friend. Truly and honestly appreciate it. All of it is. All of it is. God bless you guys. There's link right there. Miss Ro was on top of that. Guys, make sure to subscribe to Accomplished Day. Please show her some support and some love. She definitely deserves it. Very much appreciated for all you do, Miss Accomplished. Thank you. You're definitely accomplished. Miss Cat K, of course. Carolyn Prestage, welcome to you. Welcome, Moonlit Baby. Great to see ya. I kind of think so too, Moonlit. That's interesting. Which he was. Let's see who else we got in here. Hmm. Interesting point. Legally, factually innocent. I love the name. Fox Rooter, welcome. Good to see you again. Looks like Miss Accomplished has become a new member. That's a Sapphire meatball. Welcome to that. Welcome to the family, dear. We appreciate you very much. Mindy Lynn Sue, welcome to you. Sylvia Hurley, welcome. I can't talk. Happy Friday to you. Good Lord. That's right. Welcome to the Source Squad. Forget about it. Gulf Coast bum, welcome. Great to see ya. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get yourselves comfortable. It is weird, isn't it, Living Dead Girl? Looks like it's growing out of him. It creeps me out every time I see it now. Accomplished day. William Tardy's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you today. Happy day anniversary on 27 months, bro. We do appreciate you, brother, and grateful that you're part of our family in here. Summer Jaden, welcome, dear. Good to see you. Realize, don't forget. Oh, yeah. I will definitely drop the links. Um, Anybody that chooses to support us via the Cash App, the Venmo, and the PayPal links, guys, I have to move. And we found a place, thank God. We are moving, but it's quite expensive. So anything that is donated to those links is going directly towards that. At some point, we have to come up with roughly $2,000. Okay. Um, so if you choose, I'm not asking you to. If you choose to support us that way, every ounce of that's going to that. And from myself and my entire family here, we appreciate that from our hearts and soul, folks. It will definitely help us. Otherwise, it's going to be rough. So thank you to all of you that choose to do that. Those links will be posted. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Tandy's in the house. Good to see you, dear. John T, welcome. I did see that. We're going to review that as well, John T. Thank you for bringing that up. Camille S, welcome and congrats for becoming a new meatball. We appreciate that. Welcome to the sauce. You did it twice? That's wild. Or did you just upgrade? Either way, thank you so much for becoming part of the family. Excuse me. Let me see here. Okay, doke. I do have a link pinned. If anybody wants to join us here as I go back and we start breaking these things down, you're welcome to express your feelings, your voice, your opinions. Please feel free. I am clean, freshly showered. I smell good. No worries. And I don't stink, so don't worry about that. Accomplished day. Hey, hey. You must not have heard me before. Oh, she's talking to Tandy. Okay. Let me see. Thank you so much for that, Gulf Coast. Appreciate that super chat so very much. Hold on here one moment. And Manny, thanks you so much as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Savage and Corona. Well, maybe if I drank, but I haven't had a drink in almost 8 years. So Savage, I do wear. If you were talking about me, at least. Blue eyed in the house. Good to see you, blue eyed butterfly. Yeah, I haven't had a drink in over 8 years. So, and I don't miss that at all. I think it's been 8 years now, 7 or 8. I can't remember. Oh, let me see here. Let me see. Give me 1 minute. We're about to kick this off. Figaro for that. Aquarius Witch, welcome and thank you. Same to you, Blue Eyed. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I beat a couple things. I'm very proud of myself and anybody else that has done it as well. Shane, great to see you. Think twice, welcome. There's our tomboy. Welcome, Miss Tomboy. Great to see ya. And yes, that is the link tonight. The row posted for Mikey's show right there. The last 24. Again, guys, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is going to be myself, Mike, of course, Audrey with Glitch DNA, Truth and Neurons, and Dylan with Hildreth Investigates and Reacts. Thank you, Mus Mamikins. The only thing I have a problem with is coffee, folks. I have a huge coffee problem. KT, welcome. 6.5. God bless, and I love you for it. Appreciate that. Good for you, and I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Itty bitty, good to see you. Damn. That's some good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, you couldn't get me to give up the coffee. You'd have to. No way. I'm giving up coffee. I can't do that. Turkey Creek's in the house. Good to see you, dear. You're good, Blue Eyed. Don't worry, dear. Be careful. Be safe. Oh my God. That was insane. That was absolutely insane. Well, you get to see another reaction because we're going to react to the Gonzalez interview with Hannity because, like I said, thanks to Tomboy, I've been calling this the Bash Bryan tour. What they're all doing. It's what they're all doing now. We got Dr. Pedicure that came out, did hers, and then we have this goofy, crazy, lying ass general manager from the hotel, and of course the Gonsalves. You know what they do. Welcome, Lisa the Libra, Rogue Knox. Rogue Knox, good to see you. Guest, get your butt plug ready. Good lord, that's kind of how I do too, Becca. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh boy, we got company. I got to get that damn doorbell fixed. Period. Let's see who we got here. Hold on a minute. Aha! The Jersey girl's in the house. Welcome.
Hello. Mrs. Doubtfire.
Mrs.
Greeting.
Ditfire. Well, yeah.
Hello, darling, and how are you today?
I am wonderful. Thank you for joining me. How are you?
I am very well, thank you. I wanted
Good,
to
good.
say that when I had asked in the chat, but do you accept Zelle? Do you have Zelle?
I don't, unfortunately, because it
Oh,
caused. I got hacked probably 2 years ago for like $1,800, and that was what I had when I
from
had.
Zelle?
Yeah, I was surprised because I was. My understanding is Zelle is the one that is one of the safer ones, but I have PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo.
Okay. All right. I'll see about Venmo, but I had I
That's
usually
the
do
same.
Zelle because yeah, Venmo I've done before. Um, I've done Cash App, but I know that they take a percentage.
Well,
Um,
they all take a little. It's like $1 or $1.50 or something. So
yeah. And I was just trying to think because, like, I know Zelle. Only reason why I mentioned that is because that is attached to my bank account directly through my banking institution. So
mhm.
I know that it's pretty safe in that respect. And that's why I was just thinking about it because that just goes from my account to your account, with
Yeah,
nothing taken out. That's why I was thinking of that, but that's
no,
okay if
I
you're not
truly
okay with it.
understand. I do, and I have. After I got that hack happen to me, I put like security on every one of my apps with my bank because my bank
Uh,
is account. My bank account is attached to these, so my bank watches this as well.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. All
it's
right.
just
Something you have
for
to think about.
safety.
I don't blame you. If I had that experience, I'd be just as
It was a payday, and it just like I saw it that when it first went in, and I went to go to do something, and it was like gone. I had $1.13 left in there. I went,
No,
"What
that's a
the"
violation. Mm-mm,
Oh,
mm-mm.
I was flipping out. I mean, they gave it back because it's insured, but it took like 5, 6 days, you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah, it's not, yeah, right at once, exactly, and it does
Right.
take that does affect everything, for sure.
I know, it
That's why
was
I don't
so
use my
bad.
debit for purchases. Never, ever, ever, ever do I use my debit card for purchases.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's I don't know why people do that. I mean, but that's the way, people because they can't get individuals who are not able to get credit cards do that, but I it's just not safe. It's I mean,
Oh,
if that's your life, if that's your like bread and butter in there, it's probably not the safest thing to do.
no, of course, and nowadays, this is what we have. We don't like, this is what everybody uses nowadays, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
People don't use cash anymore, blah, 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 so, I mean, some people do, but this is the thing, so we gotta make sure it's all safe and secure, so yes, absolutely. Welcome.
Absolutely. So
Welcome,
how
Luca.
close are you to your goal?
I'm not really.
No, no.
I
Has
have
it been
quite a bit
anything at
to
all?
go. A little bit.
Anything at yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
little bits coming in, little bits, and it's very much appreciated. It all adds up, but not it's not close yet. Like I said, I have quite a bit to go, so
Okay.
and
That's good
I'm
to
very,
know.
very much appreciative of every little bit. Like I said, it's just we're filling it up and hoping all we can do and praying.
I
So,
hear you. I hear you. You'll get it. I believe you will. And
oh
when's
my
your
god,
moving
I
date again?
pray. Well, we have to be out of here on the 28th, if
Okay.
not before, and that'll be what we use. I can't remember. As soon as the paperwork is finalized with this and that, we have to sign it and we pay the closing on it, which is what that
Uh-huh.
is. And then we're done and we get to move. So,
Okay, so the 2,000's for the closing costs?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And then whatever else, we have to come up with $400 next week for some that 475 for the appraisal thing, which we cannot. We have to have that done. I guess it's part of it.
Right.
Everything else is the inspection has been done. Everything else has been done, which is why we are so broke because this has been expensive, folks. Believe it or not.
Inspection? Like, moving is so expensive. Inspection, like, we paid it, for our own. We didn't go through the realtor. We paid for our own, so we paid more. We paid
Yeah,
about over $600 for, a proper inspector so that
it
we could
was
trust them and have peace of mind. Yeah.
it was 570 for us, and it was through friends of ours bought a house just recently, and that's who we used, and they said you're fine to use that, but it would have been 7 something if we went through them. So
Yeah, see? Yeah, it's not even cheap. And we moved, like, back in 2018, so, I mean, and just think what it is now, you know?
yeah, oh yeah, and
So
we got lucky
for sure.
because where we're moving to has septic system. It's not like regular city sewers,
So
so
you don't do city sewer, okay.
we had to they had to inspect it, and thank God these people that owned the house before us were smart. It's a brand new septic system that's only 5 years old, and they had just had it cleaned out again. They didn't even
Mhm.
look at that twice. Everything was inspected, everything is perfect.
Good.
The so that was yes. That was like
Awesome.
a glory to God thing. I'm grateful. This has been so stressful. I've never done this before. Believe it or not, at 52 years old, this is the first
Yeah.
house we've ever bought. We tried to buy this one, and it was a disaster because of the way it was happening, and that's why
It
we're
wasn't
moving
meant to
now.
be. Just wasn't meant to
No,
be.
that's how I look
Yeah.
at it. This
Yep.
one is, and everything that can happen is trying to happen, and we're avoiding it at all costs. So this is the last
Alright.
thing that we're trying to put together for it. And if this goes south, I think my wife will have to be put into an asylum. I think she's going nuts.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, it's a little
it's
crazy.
it has been
It'll die
nuts.
down. Yeah, everything will come together.
I pray to God, and I can't
It
wait.
will.
Truly, to be honest with you guys, the most exciting thing for me. This is ridiculous. This tells you how old I am. Welcome, Astastic. Is when I move into this house, I have a separate office just for me. I'm in my den here, and I'm in the
Yeah.
corner back here, and that office is mine. Everything, that whole room is mine. There's a door on it with a lock. Um,
Sweet, sweet.
I'll have my couch in there, my TV. It's kind of my room with all my stuff. My office here. I'll be able to decorate
Be
everything
your
the way I
man
want.
cave. Be your man cave.
100%. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, Lisa. That means everything. Prayers are 1,000,000% absolutely
The
appreciated. You
prayers
have
of the
no idea.
righteous are effective and they avail of much. So
Yes.
prayer is
Thank you.
absolutely powerful.
You are not lying because we've been doing it. Thank you, Ro, for that again. Welcome, Luca. Um,
So I
Brian
did see
Todd.
this. but I'm sorry. I know you're calling your
You're
people
okay.
down there.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know that this interview with the G's, I was just like, I got to listen to it a few days ago, and so when you said that, I was like, oh, so like you definitely this
It's
is going to be
interesting.
interesting. It's going
And
to be
you guys know
interesting
my
to react to.
reaction to things. Yes.
Yeah. You crack me
Welcome,
up
Miss.
though, especially when you get mad sometimes, just the way you express it. Like some of the things you say are funny. Like
I know.
that's how
I've
you
been
crack me
told.
up.
Well, at least it gives you guys a little bit of entertainment along with the frustration we have to deal with. So,
You gotta have joy, right?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
otherwise we'll lose our minds.
absolutely. Welcome, welcome, Dory. By the way, I think I missed something yesterday. It was your birthday, Dory, and if it was, well, I'm fixing that today. If it was, happy belated. I'm so sorry. Alley Cat, welcome. Itty bitty, welcome. Smiling Sleuth, I'm so sorry. I'll be keeping you in my thoughts and prayers. I hope that feels better. KT, great to see you. Brian Todd, yes, it will be Dago Studio. I'm excited. I really am excited. I know it sounds stupid, but I am beyond excited for that. Finally. All of you guys, thank you for joining us. For those of you that are out there hanging out, not in the chat with us, you're still so very much appreciated for being here watching. Believe it more than you know. We really, really do appreciate you. Give me 1 second, guys. Thank you so much, G for life. Again, very much appreciated. Number two, I think, towards our goal. God bless. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Um, all of these, this is appreciated, guys. The super chats, all of it. I promise you, it'll all come in handy. Now, like I said yesterday, for those of you that are choosing to support us in the financial ways, if you do, the best way to do it this time is through the cash links because we don't get any of the super chat stuff until next month. Um, After they take the percentage and stuff out. But it's not unappreciated. I promise you. I'm not complaining. I just want you guys to know the best way to do it if you want to. If you're trying to help us with that stuff. Halls, welcome. Good to see you. But thank you so much. Again, this is beyond appreciated, brother. I really do appreciate you so much. More than you know. Hold on a minute here. I'm trying to get. One minute here. Bear with me, guys. I'm having a bit of a technical issue trying to get something set up here. 1 minute. Thank you, Miss Rowe, for them jewels. And I am still working on Beanie's girlfriend to get her set up. I've had so many problems with my AI stuff the past 2 weeks. Some things work, some things don't. Some things are wrong, some things are right. I'm going to get her out here. I promise you. Bear with me. Can you still hear me? Realize?
I can still hear you.
Okay. And I've had some audio issues the past couple of days too, along with internet problems. Telling me
Really?
yesterday was weird for a little while with that interview. It kept cutting out, shutting off. It was strange.
Yeah, I heard some weird, like digital weird connection
Yes.
sound. And I thought it was like on my end, perhaps.
No, it was doing some weird things. Very strange.
Okay. Okay.
Let me see here. I had to call the doorbell repairman. Tired
Oh,
of
what
hearing
was
my
that
door.
like?
I'm tired of hearing my door kicked in. Let's see. Does it work?
Oh, sweet. Should I go out and come back in and see if it works?
I mean, you can if you like.
Yeah, let me do it. I'll do it. Let me see.
All right. That way you guys don't have to hear the damn door getting kicked in anymore. Mm-hmm. Anna D, welcome to you. I definitely appreciate you, brother. I really do. More than you know. Uh-oh. We got company.
No more cop knocks.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thanks. A polite doorbell now.
The other one, like I saw, yeah, me too. It scared me, Wendy. Like I would hit the damn thing and jump every time because it's so damn loud when you got earphones or anything in or
I
anything.
can
It's crazy.
imagine with
Yeah,
earphones.
there we go. That should be better for you guys, I hope. Um, all right. All right. So I think the first thing we're gonna do, and my apologies right out of the gate, is I'm gonna break down this Gonsalves interview real quick and react. Oh, if you
Here
weren't in
we
a
go.
yeah, I'm in a good mood, so it won't be too bad. Won't be too bad. It is Smiling Sleuth, very much appreciated as well. Venmo is one of the best ways to do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Beth. Good. I'm glad. I'm sorry if I did that banging stuff was scaring you guys. I'm so sorry. I saw a couple comments, and I don't want that. Thank you so much. All right, guys, let's get this up and moving. Like we got 286 beautiful peeps in here.
And happy
Thank you.
Friday. Happy
Yes, happy
Friday to
Friday for
everybody.
sure.
Yes.
For sure. DJ Frankie's in the house. Greetings from Ireland. Welcome, my friend. Happy Friday. Last month, so much has happened, but we got to keep going, man. Amen.
Ireland's
Amen.
beautiful.
Thank you. And another one towards our goal for today. That's amazing. Thank you, my friend. Sarge. I love Sarge. Sarge is one of, I have a very strong place in my heart for Sarge. For those of you that don't realize, a lot of people don't take Sarge the right way. Sarge is he grows on people. And a lot of people don't realize it. Sarge has Asperger's, and because of that, he's very blunt and very to the point when he talks about things, and he doesn't like he doesn't sweeten the deal. He doesn't sugarcoat shit. He says it how it is. It is what it is. Deal with it. You know what I mean? But he means
Hmm.
well. He's got a huge heart. He loves people. I mean, and he comes from a New York based you probably hate me for saying this, but mob like type family, okay?
Yeah.
You know,
Listen, that's the
so
type family I came from, like on my
m-
father's side. So like
me
they were
same here, same here.
loud and
Very, very much so. My father's side, we're not New York, but Ohio.
no, not New York.
But if anybody's familiar with Youngstown, Ohio, that was it, all Italian, whatever you want to call it, type thing. My family was law enforcement, and they were not good law enforcement. I had one uncle that was a good police officer. My father, my grandfather, they were very, very shady. They took payoffs. They did things they shouldn't have done. It is what it is. So,
Wow.
you learn, you live and learn.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Just
I mean,
my go
right.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say you learn what's right and what's wrong.
That's right.
I
Yeah.
can't control what they did. Am I ashamed of it? Absolutely, which is why I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum with it. My uncle, I'm very proud of. He's a county sheriff, and has been as well for years. So, nothing there, but he's the one that I learned from that my uncle used to take, or my grandfather used to take money to look the other direction. That my father was involved in, um, what's that word? Embezzling situations, things like that. And it's like, damn,
Wow, that's some
I definitely
serious
don't.
stuff.
Oh my god, some of the people, yeah, yeah, there was a lot involved in it. When I be my late 20s is when I found all this out, and I'm going, really, like really, okay. So
Wow.
that's kind of how me and Sarge hit it off because we have some of the same type stories from our lives, you know,
Hmm.
and he's told me some stories as well from his end of things. So
That's
it is.
interesting.
He's very smart, guys. For those of you that have not caught on to Sarge or listened to him, he's very smart, very knowledgeable.
Yeah, Sarge is yeah, he's quick and they talk and he might be a little rough around the edges, but he means no
Yes.
harm. He means
No,
no
and
harm.
that's what it
Mm.
he's lived on the other side of the fence, by the way, the criminal side, and, decided to do the right thing and live his life the right way, so he knows, different pieces and parts of that, which is what I respect from him. So,
Mhm. Yeah.
no, no, no,
Uh,
I'm gonna be going back over to Devil's Advocate, Mama D. We didn't have the scheduled thing. We stopped doing the scheduled thing like it was because there was so much going on here in my life. Um, but I'm gonna be joining them again because I enjoy their company. I enjoy doing that with them, so I will be there. Don't worry. I just had a lot going on this past week, and I'm trying to. Mikey is starting his show off. Dylan's been doing his shows. I'm trying to help them out as well and support them. So 100%. But I'll be back over there. That is an absolute promise. Just schedule changes. That's all. Zippity, full Italian as well. Both sets of grandparents arrived St. Louis by boat from. Oh, see, my parents
it's just a-
on my father's side came into Ellis Island in New York. Great grandparents, and that's where that all started for them. But
yeah, my grandmother, who's all Italian, and my great uncles, who of course the same, Napolitan, they're from Campania, and but their family's from Campania, but they settled into South Philadelphia. And at the time in the Italian district, actually, right near the market where you would even see it today.
uh-huh.
And but yeah, my great grandparents, they came from straight from there, from Italy. But what's interesting is just a lot of the mannerisms, the way they talk, the very passionate way about talking and the things that you're passionate about. Very a lot of very loud, a lot of hand movements, family oriented. But even, speaking of police, I have two on that side of family. I have my uncle and his son, my cousin, are police officers, and my other uncle on the same side, who was a corrections officer. So that's
Awesome.
just on one side. But law enforcement runs on both sides of my family. My grandfather was my mom's dad was a chief of police at one point. And there's
Okay.
a lot of interesting stories.
That's
I
what
have
my grandfather was, the chief of police in a little town here too, which is how he was doing his thing.
yeah,
His here, take this and look over there while we do this over here is what he was doing.
sure.
And,
Yeah.
and then come to find out around here, we had a sheriff for a long time. And he ended up being a commissioner. I think he went higher up than that. His name was Jim Trafficant. He's dead now. He had a tractor roll over on him
Oh
conveniently.
God. Then he
Well,
survived?
no, he died.
Oh, I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna
Yeah,
tell me
and
that they call him Jim Tractor or something.
no, 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 no. Jim Trafficant was his name, and it's funny because he attacked the mob out of Youngstown, Ohio. The funny part is, it's not funny, but it is interesting.
Yeah, that's horrible to be run over
I
by a
grew
tractor.
Yeah, well, it just flipped over on top of him. He was
Oh
a
my God.
congressman. Yeah, he was a congressman. Well, he was the sheriff of Mahoning County first, okay? And when he was the sheriff, he didn't say a word about them. Not a word about the mob, okay? When he became a congressman, thank you, William, for throwing that out there, is when he started trying to go back against the mob. But then conveniently, this tractor rolls over on top of him and he loses his life.
Conveniently.
I'll just say
Quote.
that. And I grew up with this man in my uncle's house. I
Wow.
saw him every other day. Him and my uncle would drink together. He would show up for this and here's the first $5, go play, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
he was always there, always there. Anytime my uncle had a problem or something, I'm talking about my uncle on the other side. I have a lot of family guys, and my uncle owned a farm, and Jim
Oh
had
wow.
and my uncle um, trained and raised racehorses, thoroughbreds, and Jim had his horses in my uncle's stables and would come out and they would do their thing. They'd play cards, all sorts of crazy stuff. And, I know there was weird shit going on. I seen other people when I was a young kid, when I was 10, 12 years old, that I know, looking back now from the things I've seen on the news and the TV, I know these people weren't good people, okay? Men don't just carry back in the '80s, men just don't carry guns around with them on their hip if they're not somebody that they shouldn't be. And I was always told that they're policemen because I would ask, "Why do they have guns? Why are they carrying guns?" They're policemen. Okay.
Yeah, that's one way to legitimize it in the eyes of a child.
Yeah, and Jim Traficant did not like kids. He did not like us being around. It was crazy. Sorry for the
Really?
story, guys.
That's
Sorry.
crazy. No, it's
No, he
interesting though.
he was always,
Interesting.
"Go away. We gotta talk about business. We gotta do this." We could talk they're talking about their horses and stuff, but
Oh, wow. My dad got a little bit close to it. Like he associated with people who were associated and affiliated, and he even said that one accosted him before to become a part of it or be connected, and he refused it because of that offer. He had to refuse um, because of his family. He said he didn't say who offered it to
right.
him. He just mentioned it before, and but that's good. I'm glad he made that decision. If anything, he's done right. So.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could have gone in a direction that I shouldn't have very easily. A lot of us could around here, but no. I would thank God I was raised by my mother on my mother's side and my stepfather, and they're good people. And I'm not saying that the people on my father's side of the family aren't good people. I'm just saying they did there were some things going on that I wasn't comfortable with back
There's
then,
things listen, I
that I
think
wouldn't
every
be comfortable
family
with.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think every family has their shady things, and believe me, it gets deep for us. Like, I'm telling you, surface, like, people I've actually connected with that know of in my family, how things that my uncle's pretty straight edge, um, and I just but I know things that are, like, going back, like, my grandmother and her brothers and the things they were involved in is a whole other story for another day. Let's just put it like that.
yeah, yeah.
They did some very, very interesting things. It would you'd be like your mouth would drop.
I
But
get it.
yeah, but the people I've actually like my of course I knew my grandmother, but going back further, like there are things going on that I didn't even know about until I was an adult. My father told me and my uncles. So yeah, every family has their skeletons.
Of course, and of course, there's a lot I probably still don't know. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It
sure,
is what
for
it
sure.
is, but welcome,
Yeah.
Jesse Lynn. Good to see you moving forward. Um, but yeah, I love law enforcement. I was actually going to be a law enforcement officer. That was my goal, and, um, I hurt myself in high school first. I
Hmm.
hurt my ankles were jacked, and it just didn't I ended up when I got married to who I call the creature, my first wife, um, we had a
Love that
child
one.
immediately, and things just didn't go the way they were supposed to go, and I went the other direction and got involved in, the fire service and EMS and stuff like that, and I just it is what it is. I enjoyed it, so I stayed with it. But that was my
Yeah.
initial goal in life was to become a police officer.
But what you
But
did was no small thing, though. There you go. And let me tell you, EMS and fire runs in my family as well. So, it's no small thing for that, to be involved in that. That's a very honorable um type of service to be involved in, both of them. So,
right.
you did well. I wanted to be a cop too, but I was a young mom. I was a single parent.
Yeah.
I was 20 years old. My friends who cops, a couple females were even telling me about it. My uncle, but I could have gotten, referrals, but I just didn't wanna put myself at risk and then try to figure out who's gonna watch my kid and raise my son. So that was really my deciding factor to not do it at that time, but,
Sure,
you know
sure. I had to work because I had my family very young. I had, uh, 3 children right away. I was 18 years old, and I had to work, work, work. And I didn't have time to go to the academy. I couldn't afford to pay for the academy. With the fire department thing, they paid for everything as you join. I started off as a volunteer. You join, they pay for your courses, your classes. They pay for you to go to the Ohio Fire Academy and EMS and all that. So it was like bingo. And, I had friends that had done it. They brought me on board and it just took off and ended up being a thing. So, and that's crazy stitches because most of my family was from the Youngstown area. We are from Sicily as well.
Uh-huh,
Um, I think Sicilians all moved. Like we had a place in Youngstown called Little Italy, and they were all Sicilian. I swear to God, the whole community was Sicilian. It was wild, and a lot of them up to this. Well, most of them have passed on now, but in the '70s and the '80s, nobody spoke English over there. It was crazy. It was crazy. Their kids would, of course, but the older ones that were there, they never spoke English. It was wild. I remember being around a lot of those people, and they're just going on and on. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about? But the culture, the food, the culture, the community was very close. very close-knit community. They all had each other's backs and supported each other in the community. It was amazing. So
That's good. Love community. You don't have that as much today, but yeah, the old,
it's
you know,
definitely
our
different.
generation and prior was always really good. You know,
Yes,
a lot of
fully
that's
agree.
changed.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I do
So here
agree.
comes
So,
the great Hannity
yeah,
interview.
so
And you know
we're
what
gonna
I
react.
noticed? By the way, what I noticed is that he did not allow for comments, Hannity.
No, really.
Yeah, I tried to comment on at that time. I don't know if he's changed it since, but I
No, he
was not able to
probably
leave a
didn't want
comment.
anybody to because it was them. I can understand that, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me get this rolling here. Sorry for the lag, guys. I just when I get talking about things, I'll just go for hours.
I think it's good to know like why you do what you do, you know, and to learn a little bit about the people who come up and speak and who have channels and like, you know, some of the influences that bring you to where you are. I think sometimes it's cool to learn about.
Absolutely, I fully agree with that. I've always enjoyed. Sorry, I have to like do both because my microphone is a direct talk, so I can't move away. You can't hear me. But yeah, I enjoy talking about that stuff and what got me started in this stuff. This started as a hobby because I was disabled. You know, I got hurt. I had to stay home, and I started doing this as a hobby, and it became basically a job. And I love this. I love people. Um, I love all of the people that come in here, and then some. I've always loved people, and it's made me more. Becoming disabled made me less proud, more appreciative of who I am and what I have, that type of thing, if that makes any sense. And
For sure.
when I noticed what I was doing, I felt like I wanted to try to help in some way. So I've always been very curious, very investigative, not resourceful, Jesus. Research, like I love research and I looking into things. And when I started seeing the things that were wrong, I wanted to speak on it. And so that's how this turned to be what it is.
Yeah.
I'll tell
Yep.
you one thing. As I'm looking at this, I would love to have this room in my house. Good God.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this. This is
That
awesome.
like that looks that's the good wood. It doesn't look like the old paneling, the
Yeah,
70s paneling.
yeah, this is good stuff. This is nice. I love this is definitely a man cave, and I love it.
For sure.
Yes, and so be prepared. Put your seatbelts on again. Like I said yesterday, this is like, as it says in the chat, somebody said it, nails on a chalkboard. I'm sorry. Now, I always listen to their interviews. There's a reason why. It is irritating. I know. It's aggravating. I always listen to their interviews to see if there's any kind of nuggets of information that maybe slipped out. That's why I do this. And I've had it happen many times. And we react, you know, which does give some entertainment to some people because of my reactions. Welcome, Mystic Sin. And try to put things together. And then once we get through this, because this one is, oh, we may not do the whole thing. I don't know. We'll see. I may scrub through it too. But we will definitely break it down and discuss things. So on we go. Thank you again for joining me, Realize. Appreciate you.
Sure thing. I love it. And thank you for having me.
Anytime. All right, guys, let's do this.
About which they told us at the very end. They were going to have an expert that came on and said that that thumb, the print, had multiple touch points on it. So they were going to say there was fresh fingerprint type, and then there was aged ones. There was some that had been dated. So they were going to say that whoever did this single source, one person's DNA, had touched this button multiple times.
We went 7 weeks, and it was pure torture. It was agony. It was like what I would imagine hell being like. It was just terror, fear, sadness, anger. I feel like he is a demon.
Wonderful college kids. You've all seen videos of how cool they look and how fun they were and how amazing. You've heard a lot about their stories. And, you know, now we have this guy, Kohberger. He initially took a plea and it was going to be life in prison, no chance of parole. A lot of the people, parents were upset because that means no chance of the death penalty. And now last minute, he comes up with, oh, I think I'll take that trial now. which then may open them up to the death penalty, which I think is actually a pretty good thing. Netflix, I think, did the greatest documentary. It's actually called Idaho Murders, College Nightmare. It's a parent's worst nightmare. It is the greatest fear a parent has when you have children. You know, it was amazing. When I grew up, I talked about this a lot. I was a kid that ran the streets. My parents worked all the time. And then how did I grow into a helicopter parent? It's crazy. And I did, because I want my kids doing what I did, to be very blunt. Now, Christy and Steve Gonsalves are with us. They lost their precious daughter, Kaylee, one of the 4 college kids murdered. The amount of detail in this documentary, and I watched the whole thing, it was just released not that long ago, at the end of July, is unbelievable. But first, my deepest sympathy to both of you. I am so sorry. I don't know. You have been unlike a lot of other parents that lose children. You are willing to fight. You're willing to do media. You're willing to remind people who your daughter was. You just gave me this beautiful card. And I want you, before we even get started, I want you to, and it's a picture of your daughter, and it's a legacy of love and, you know, for her. Mm-hmm. And it's also about helping other families, forensics, and a bunch of other things. Why don't you tell us about this first?
So this is her foundation, and it's the Kaylee Gonsalves Foundation, doing business as murder has a name. And, you know, it really hit home with us when we were thinking about it. It was a lot of thinking to decide what we wanted to do as a foundation for her. And it was, you know, something that affected us, and that was IgG, forensic IgG in our case. And we found that, you know, it's incredibly, you know, expensive. It's not relatively cheap. And a lot of these cold cases that are sitting on the shelves, it can help for them now. But you know, law enforcement agencies are so inundated with stuff going on right now. They don't have time to go back and pull these cases off. And so funding is what is stopping their cases from being answered. So we're paying for that.
So this technology's only been around for 6 or 7 years. So think of every case before that. You went into CODIS, which is 19 million people. Back then, I don't know what it was. If you don't get a hit, your case goes cold, for the most part. Well, the world's changed. And thank God our case is an example of how the world's changed. Technology, if you think you can get away with these crimes, I got something for you, man. You're not going to get away with it anymore. The world has changed. Technology's catching up. We're coming for you. We're hunting the killers now. That's what this is about. We're taking technology. We're coming after everyone who thought they got away with this, and now we're going to put you in your place.
Well, what makes this case unique in this sense is this guy seemed to be studying criminology, how to plan the perfect murder. Mm-hmm. And then he leaves this knife sheath. And the most bizarre thing to me is when I'm watching the Netflix series and they said there was no blood, they discovered nothing in his car. Yeah. You know, he thought he was clever. He turned off his phone. He drove a whole other way home. Mm-hmm. But then, of course, we have surveillance camera. Thank God, technology. You see his car go in, 3 or 4 times, and then he goes in about 4 o'clock in the morning. And this is when these murders are committed. Let's talk about what you have figured out about that night.
You know what? With what, Jesse, you just said, I think they were lied to in the beginning. And I think they figured it out. These people are not dumb people, okay? Truly and honestly, to that extent, at least, they're not, okay? They figured it out. They knew they were used as a mouthpiece, that the people used them, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, I can slow it down. I'm sorry. And when they realized it, they had the opportunity to change things up. They had the opportunity to make it right, to do it the right way, in my opinion. Instead, they chose to continue going in that direction. They chose to continue spilling misinformation, spreading misinformation. That's where I have a problem. I absolutely have nothing but you know, absolute send my condolences for their loss. It's horrible from my heart and my soul, folks, for the loss. Beyond that, though, they have taken and done something with this that I've never seen before. That I'm completely, I just can't even explain my feeling on what I've seen with what they've done. It just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so you know, I'm not attacking them. Don't get me wrong. I'm just questioning why and how they do the things they do. They don't want to read documents. They're telling us not to read the documents. They're telling us that we're bad people because we want justice for their daughter and for them, to get some truth. And they don't seem to want to see it that way. And I don't quite understand why you're not going to challenge a situation that has not been, on the level with you. It has not been given to you the right way, and you won't question it. You attack the prosecutor, but he's the one. It doesn't make sense. I can't even explain it. You attack the prosecutor and talk about how weak he is, how he should have never done this. Okay. Okay, fine. But at the
Mhm.
same time, you say law enforcement did a great job. It doesn't work that way. They worked hand in hand. Do you not understand this? And if you don't, if you really, okay, here's the thing that gets me the most with this. Welcome, Astastic. There's a problem when you're telling us not to read the documents because if we read them, we're going to see what you don't want to see, which tells me you understand and you realize, but you refuse to change your mind. That's the problem. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Were you
I
going to
think
say
that
something?
yeah, I think that what it looks like to me sometimes is that you know, it seems like one of them knows something that the other one doesn't. And then at times it seems that way. And then, like, to me, I'm meaning, and this is just my own perception. Please,
Right.
I'm not saying this is fact. Like, sometimes it looks like Steve has information that he's privy to that maybe he hasn't shared, with Christy at times, because the way I watch the mannerisms, the reactions, and the responses, it just seems like that at times. And then I think to myself, with everything that we're looking at right now, talking about right now, why wouldn't they want to know the entire truth? And this makes me think that, again, it's in the same vein of, do they know something that the public doesn't know, or that is not in the documents that we've gone through with a fine-tooth comb?
I believe so. I do.
You know, that would be the only way that this would make sense, that their comments, their reactions, their actions would make sense, is if they really knew something that they're not talking about, that they're not sharing, and that is not in the documents that we've looked at, or or maybe it was part of the redactions. That's the only way any of that will make sense. Otherwise, no,
Yes.
it really doesn't.
And you know what? To go along with what you said, I think I do think Steve does know things, and I think Christy has the ability to know these things. I think she's refusing to listen to what Steve may want to say to her and doesn't want to hear it. Okay. That's the problem because I've noticed like there's been certain things brought up. She don't want to, she doesn't, and that started a long time ago. I think it was Bryan asked Steve, would you be open to the fact of there being more than one person involved? He said, as he's saying yes, she's going, no, it was all him. And
Uh-huh.
in my opinion, that is in her mind, that is what gives her closure. And if you take that away from her, there is no closure. And at that point, there's nobody because there's nobody else that's been, pointed to. And at that point, she's not okay with that, which is why I think she refuses it. And I think she
Y-
ignores it. And I think
Yeah.
she just goes along with it, the whole happy wife, happy life type thing to keep her
Mhm.
happy. Truly and honestly, that's exactly what I see.
Yeah, I mean,
And I could
exactly.
be wrong, and I mean that with all due respect, you guys. By all means, I'm not trying to be ignorant when I say that, but that is what I see.
Yeah. And I think too, either that or excuse me, where he maybe, there are certain things not being shared with her because of how it may affect her. Maybe he's trying to protect her from certain information. Again,
Could be.
this is obviously speculation, but this is kind of like what it looks like to me sometimes, just from my perspective,
Sure.
as we try to make sense of, the reactions and the things that we're seeing. While we say, well, majority over here on this end of things says, well, if that was my kid, this and this, that, and A, B, and C, I would be pursuing full steam ahead justice to find out who in all
Yeah,
participants were. But this is different.
it is.
And this is why we are talking about it in this way, as we're trying to dive in and dissect, trying to make sense of what we've been hearing and seeing from them,
Agreed.
for sure.
Fully agree. Absolutely. Thank you for the donation. I don't know if I should say your name, but thank you very much for it. I appreciate it more than you know. Absolutely. But no, I agree with you. It does make some sense. It does. I feel like there's more known than what we believe they know.
For
I'll be
sure. There
honest with
has
you.
to
I
be.
do.
There has to be, or else why would you just move on and not care when it's obvious when what we're seeing in documentation, not just hearsay.
Yeah, and
It
and also if you think back to some of the stuff we've seen, and I promise we're gonna get moving here in a second on this, but just like I think that they have been really, really, really pushed to believe certain things in this case.
for sure.
As much as like Olivia, when they were talking to Cy, when Cy was kind of gaslighting him and saying different things to him and bringing up the fact that this is what will happen or could happen. Well, he's not going to he'll never get a trial. He'll never get this. He'll never get that. They have been made to believe that these things won't happen because of the way it was done. And they don't want to
Mm,
accept this. They refuse to accept that these are the possibilities. And again, I told you guys before, and this has been bugging me for days now. I'm very worried. Okay. I'm very worried. And this goes back a month ago, but they came out and made a couple statements very quickly and then moved on very fast. Not the G's that came out through the news that Bryan Kohberger has made some statements that make it sound as though he may be interested in harming himself. I think that was setting a stage for a future possibility of something bad happening to him.
that's what I
Okay?
was talking about yesterday.
Yes.
I'm afraid for him. Yeah.
Yes. I'm telling you, this is real to me, folks. In my mind, I really truly feel as though they may try and harm him because guess what happens? If Brian goes away, it all goes away. It's gone. It's
Yep.
done.
Well, that's
Flush.
what they think. That's what they think.
Well, in that aspect, yes, of course.
Yeah.
It would for the most part. If we get rid of this situation, it gets rid of that situation. There will be no more. I'm not going to stop looking at this case until we see some truth. Okay? I don't care what
Absolutely.
happens. I don't ever want to see that happen to anybody
No.
because I don't believe that Brian would do that to himself. And we've heard people making threats regularly now about things that are going to happen to him. I don't like this. I don't like this at
No.
all. This is not the way our system is supposed to work. We are in the United States of America, folks. This is not how this works. Okay. This isn't
Right.
1983 Russia or anything. No, it doesn't work this way. And this is what
Exactly.
bugs the shit out of me. So anyway, I'll
For
stop
sure.
rambling, but I just want to let you guys know these are things that I worry about because if that happens, there's absolutely zero justice from that situation ever.
Yeah. And I think that also just briefly, I think if they were to do that, I think that what they would do is invoke upon themselves something much more than what they were
Oh,
expecting.
oh, of course. Of
So
course.
I don't think whoever's even entertaining that as far as doing it or seeing someone to do it, um I don't think they're not playing out the whole tape. They're seeing things, from their own feelings, very, very, very
One-sided.
short-sighted. Yeah.
Yes,
That if
one-sided.
anything, that would enrage people, that you would have something else entirely on your hands.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I fully agree. And if something happens, you guys, honestly and truly, you guys know this. If something happens, everybody in the world is gonna look at them, okay? First and foremost.
Absolutely.
First and foremost,
Absolutely.
that's the end of the story. They will definitely. And I think it'll be brushed over, swept under the rug, and moved on. 100%. Nothing will happen. That's my feelings on that. So,
Yeah. Let's
but
keep praying for Brian,
yes,
at
I
least,
mean, his family specifically and him, yes. But please, please, his family, please keep his family in your thoughts and prayers. They're going through hell too, okay? And people keep attacking them for no damn reason. This makes no sense to me. Nobody advocates for them except for us. So please do keep his family in your thoughts and prayers. Hope that, and the only reason why I'm saying this about him is so that we can get a trial, so that we can
exactly.
prove that he either did or didn't do it, so we can hear all the facts and know for a fact what exactly it is. Not
That's what
this
this is
mess that
about.
we've seen. Yes,
If we really want the closure, then we definitely don't want that for him.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Nicole Trippier, welcome.
If we want to see
She
true
says,
justice, we don't want that for him.
"You are 100." Yes, ma'am. Correct with you on that, Dago. Bryan would not harm himself. He even in this situation, I think he believes, even if it takes 40 years, he will eventually. I 100% agree with that, Nicola. I do. All right, guys, I'm done talking now for a minute. Let's move on.
Good.
And about this guy, I mean, one of the most heart-wrenching things is I know your story and I've read it inside and out, watched this series, is you don't know what motivated this guy. Why these girls? Why, why this house? Why these 4 kids? There was other people in the house. He came eyeball to eyeball with another girl in the house, didn't kill her. It's mind-numbing to me, Steve.
I think he's seen something so beautiful in that house with that camaraderie, the way that they gravitated and they had like friends, all these parties. That was like the place to be. They called it the Queens on the King Road.
Queens on King.
Queens on King, like that was opposite of what was inside of him, this dark evilness, this cold thing that he couldn't relate to society. And he just wanted to be vengeful, to find that one group of people that had everything he didn't have. And he just did that loop over and over and just pumped himself up. And that's if I was the prosecutor, that's where my thoughts would have been.
But you never got.
All due respect. Thank you so much, Nicola, for that again. God bless. But all due respect, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. You're creating your own motive with this, Steve. Come on. That is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Welcome, Danny. Good to see you. Welcome from London. Great to have you here. That just makes no sense to me, because so you're saying that the motive that you believe this is, that the prosecution should have looked at, was that because they were so close in that house, which we now know they weren't. We now know they weren't, okay? There were some things in that house going on that were not normal. But that's the motive. You think that this is why he did this, was because they were such good friends and they were so close and their camaraderie. Come on now. That is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my entire life. Thank you, Bubbles. Give me, and that tells me that there is actually no way that they fully believe this, because they know that that motive could not be real, okay? This is reaching, again, in my opinion. They're reaching. And it's ridiculous. I'm sorry. All due respect.
I agree.
Not any of those answers.
No, because he chose his will over the victim's will.
Yeah.
He thought, I don't need to have these answers. I mean, if it was his child, he would have needed to have those answers, but it's not his child. So he's like, I don't need the answers.
He told us it doesn't matter. And we were like, it does matter. He said, is it, it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, talk about wanting to grab a prosecutor.
Well, it does. It does. We want to know.
They didn't have to do a plea deal. You never have to do a plea deal.
No.
And you were not happy particularly at the time, neither one of you, right?
No, not at all. Yeah. We were infuriated. Yeah. We were losing our mind.
There's concessions that they can do and say, yes, we'll give you a plea, but you're going to say what that second weapon is, because we've never told the general public what those wounds look like and what that is. If your weapon matches that and the experts agree with it, we're good.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
so
that's what a professional does.
There was a second weapon that was used only on Kaylee. And even the FBI, who specializes in, being able to identify wound patterns and whatnot, have not been able to identify that. So, if he were to say this or that,
there have been 4 to 5 wound patterns identified at this point, which identifies 4 to 5 different weapons. That is not true.
So how can, I mean, even if it was, does that not throw up a red flag for them?
It should. They're ignoring that fact, though. They're ignoring that fact. 2. They stop at 2, which they believe is very possible for one person to do.
For 2, I mean, unless the guy's got a double-handed, like, is he a ninja with 2 knives?
The way they're looking at this in their mind, from what I'm hearing, great to see you, Nelly. Thank you for being here, dear. Is that he had a knife in one hand and a hammer in the other, or something that causes blunt force trauma in the other. That's how they're seeing this, in my opinion, based on what they're saying, and it doesn't make sense.
Played out in your head, it really doesn't, unless it's some type of movie that you've seen. you know.
She's refusing to do that. Realize she's refusing to allow that to process, because if she does, I told you, it takes away, in my opinion, it takes away the closure that they have, which is it, and I feel horrible for saying this, because nobody should ever have to not feel that type of like, it's never going to be full closure for anybody, never.
Yeah.
Okay, losing a child is just you can't. And I actually feel horrible for that, for even having this conversation in that aspect. But you are not allowing this to fully process and make real sense, because I think you know that if you do, you don't have that feeling of partial closure anymore. You know what I mean?
Right.
I know that may sound weird, but it's just it's a thing. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's tough. I can understand, you know, that part of it. But yeah, I just think that, you know, there's just some things that we have to look at, and I know that maybe again, maybe she's not ready. Maybe that's just the weight of the grief that they have. It's just it feels better to sort of deceive yourself than it does to face the full
Yeah.
truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
There would be somebody probably be able to confirm.
When they're making
That's
this plea deal
correct.
and you're talking to the prosecutors, what are you telling them?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, 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 no.
Why
What do you
didn't they
mean?
listen?
It was too late. By the time we got the email, the deal had already been sent over. It had already been sent over. And they said we can meet with, and it happened on a Sunday. It happened on a Sunday. And we got an email around 5 p.m. that they had made
Exactly, Nellie. That's exactly how I feel about it. Good point.
the offer.
So they probably knew where you'd come down.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And yeah.
So Sean, what you described, you never recover from something like this. As a parent, you can't go to the store and buy another Kaylee J. You just can't. So you never recover. You can try to pretend. You can put a happy face on. You can be motivated. You can start an organization. I'm probably a lot like you. You piss me off, and I'm going to come for you, and I'm going to come for you in a way that you've never seen. I'm going to be the worst victim in the history of being victims. So that was our motivation. But you don't recover from this. And when you have a prosecutor saying, I don't have the fight that you have, and I just want this over. I remember going after him and saying, I will work my tail off to tell the world how you sold me out.
And by the way, I really applaud you, because I think every time you do a show, a podcast, and you've been on my show and other shows on Fox and other networks, every time you're now reliving it. Just to maybe put emphasis on what it means if you lose a child, which I think is the hardest thing for any parent to go through. What is every day like? Here's what I imagine. Tell me if I'm wrong. Your eyes open up, and maybe you had a good night's sleep. Maybe you didn't. I don't sleep a lot. But if you had a good night's sleep, how long is it before, boom, the first thought comes in your head?
It is the first thought every single morning when I wake up. The first thing every single morning. And I often ask myself, is this going to be forever? Will this eventually end? Will it not be the first thing that I think about when I open my eyes?
Yeah.
But at this point, I've learned that it's just the new way of life. And at this point, I guess I don't want to have the thought, Kaylee's gone, Kaylee's dead, but a better thought like, Kaylee, I just thought of Kaylee, not what happened to Kaylee. You know, I hope that thought changes, but it's every morning, Kaylee's not here.
Steve, same for you?
I'll add to what she's saying. First and foremost, before she goes to bed, she's praying that Kaylee comes and visits her. She wants to have a conversation. She wants to talk to her. She wants to tell her she loves her. She wants to say everything that we can't say. So yeah, you start like that. And then if you don't have that dream, you wake up disappointed that you didn't have a dream about your baby and had that conversation. And then you just try to fake it through it. For me, you go to work at a hospital, there's people living and dying, and you got to bring your A game. You can't break anything. If you make a mistake because your mind's somewhere else, it's really going to hurt people. So you just got to focus and just get through the day. And then I start thinking to myself, I got time and energy, and I got to be focused to get this guy off the streets and make sure another family doesn't ever have to deal with a guy like this again.
I mean, that's the amazing part about you, both of you to me, that you do that. Now, you have 5 kids, right? Including Kaylee. And one in particular got really active as well as both of you, but not all of them.
Yes.
So I kind of understand it for the other ones that it's too hard.
Yes.
They lost their beloved sister.
Yeah.
How about the one that is involved?
She's the oldest.
She's Olivia?
Olivia.
Yeah.
She's the mama.
She's the oldest. And
good for her.
yeah, she just Kaylee
like
was her
mom and
best
dad.
friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaylee was her best friend. And Maddie as well. She loved Maddie fiercely and with everything in her. And
they were in the same room that night, just so people that maybe forgot the details.
Yes, they were in Maddie's room. And it just it's affected all of our children. Olivia has been able to talk about it and to speak about it. Our youngest actually just spoke for the first time a couple days ago. She finally said she wanted to speak, so she spoke on the Today Show with us. Wow. But
how'd that go?
Yeah, it went good. And then she spoke lengthily on Jesse Weber. He gave her a little bit more time. She was wondering if she could have a little bit more time, and he was just like, "Let's go." And gave her the platform, and it was really nice because she really said what she wanted to say. But she was 16 when this happened, and I think that they were all so shell shocked. And Olivia already had kids, so she was a little bit older, and she was just like, "Oh no, oh no, like no." Like Kaylee and Maddie both, and even if it was just Kaylee, and even if it was just Maddie, she would have been the same way. But she was like, "No, I'm doing everything that I can." And people sometimes, a lot of people look at it as that we're just like seeking attention. We just can't get out of the camera. Get enough camera, and it's like I would much rather. I would do anything to not be ever on any show, any Netflix documentary, on any 48 Hours, and have Kaylee back. And we don't do it for exposure of us. We're here to talk about Kaylee. We're here to talk about what happened. We're here to talk about, our foundation that wants to help people, get answers to what happened to their children, or their mother or their father, who have gone years with no answers. We went 7 weeks, and it was pure torture. It was agony. It was like living in like what I would imagine hell, being like just, bad, just nothing good. Just every emotion there is to feel, but anything positive. There was no good. There was no happy. There was no, it was just terror, fear, sadness, anger. You didn't know who did this. We had 2 other daughters that were in high school still. We didn't know if we should send them to school. They were saying it was targeted. We didn't know if it was our family, if it was our daughters. 7 weeks. And it was, I just can't, it's so hard for me to imagine these families that have gone any longer than that at all. And, there's families that have gone years. And if we could help pay for that with our foundation and with the labs that we have partnered with, and they could help them, and with the law enforcement, I think paying for it is just a small thing, that our foundation can do to get these people that phone call that we got that night. And, from our attorney, and said they've made an arrest. And that changed everything.
So, Sean, I'll tell you from a father, because that's how we relate. We're men of a certain character. When you own your family, you own your security. And when the 7 weeks, I couldn't keep my family secure. They would tell me, what if he's under our car? What if he's in the back alley? I have 8 acres, so I have privacy. They're like, Dad, he could be anywhere in the woods. And I just put guns all through my house and said, we will not live like this. We will not live in fear. I hated that a man could do that to my family, that could put us in a situation where we were living in fear. And I wasn't living in fear, but I couldn't install that in everyone. So I'm waking up early, going outside, making sure that our security lights are working, our cameras are on, we're doing all these things. But that's what it's like to go through it and to know that some families never get it. They never get a perp. They never figure out who he is. Like, how would I have done that for every day for the rest of my life? I'm going out there trying to secure us, trying to make sure that the boogeyman's not out there. So if I can help another family get away from that, then that gives me motivation to keep going in Kaylee's name and Maddie's name. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Let me go back to the both of you consistently wanted the death penalty, which, by the way, I agree with both of you adamantly. I think this guy deserved the death penalty. And I don't know why they made a plea deal and then didn't tell you until after the deal was done. You should have been consulted. The other family should have been consulted. Now, they're not as outspoken as you, but they, what you told me before we came on the air, they do encourage you to keep these names alive and justice. What was their explanation to you why they did not consult with you?
It's worse than that, because we've now found out that they consulted with the murderers, the mass murderers family, before they consulted with us. That's how upside down our system is. And they encourage this.
His PCR, his post-conviction relief, it states that these conversations, the plea deal conversations, were made with himself and his family. So he's using his family as witnesses to basically say that he was coerced by his attorney.
They played into
coerced into that.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, are you glad? Because this hopefully opens the door to a possible death penalty.
Yes, in that sense. I wish it would have already happened, because we were already in those shoes. We were already in that state of mind.
Now you're
we were ready to go.
Opening up all the old wounds, the whole thing.
So,
opened up.
Part of me is like, oh my gosh. I mean, we had a house rented for 3 months, and, we lost out a lot of money on renting that house that they did not return to us. When that got canceled on the last minute. But we were relocating for 3 months. I mean, but Boise is 6 hours away from us. We were taking our animals. My sister and my son, they were both going to quit their jobs.
Wow.
Because they couldn't get that much time off. Steve was actually able to arrange that with his work. But
this is life and death.
Yeah. I mean,
if you can't show up for life and death, I don't know what to do. I'm just built that way.
And the Laramie family, Karen always says, please, talk about, Maddie and this and that. She tells, she's
Maddie
like,
was Kaylee's closest friend.
Yes, Maddie and Kaylee were best friends. Yes, since they were very young, and Karen is Maddie's
They look like
mom.
sisters in a lot.
I know. It's so weird. Yeah. I never thought they're together. They look like complete opposites, but then you see pictures and you're like, wow, why do they look so much? And the more the time goes by, I feel like they look more and more like it's just.
Well, they shopped together. They had coffees together. They did everything.
They did everything.
Thank you, Tattoo Gal. Welcome, Dylan. How are you, sir?
Oh, just another wonderful day in paradise.
Gotta love it. Great show from your $1 million studio this morning, buddy.
Yeah, it was interesting. Did have a couple surprises in that
I'm
one.
Sorry I couldn't be there for the whole thing.
Yeah, you're all good. With how much I talk crap about Alabama, you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure.
Kind of.
I'm sure. Thank you, Tattoo Gal. Going towards our goal again. God bless. Very much appreciated. Great to have you here, Dylan. Great to have you here, buddy.
Always a blast.
Yes, sir.
Everything together.
Hey, since 1879, there are people
throughout any of this. He came, I heard his name even after the sentencing, and I thought he was somebody new to the field.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, he's always been the chief of police. I thought the chief of
police. He was there day one, though. I don't want to discard him, but he was not the lead.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to discard him or anything. I just, I had never met him or spoke to him. So, but I know he had been there since day one. But
what you're saying matters, though, because it's not. I don't want to rip on a bigger city, but in our small community, we take this stuff very personal. If you hurt our children, especially when they're going to college and they're just in their own home, we all relate to that. I'm just going to bed at night, and that's when I get attacked. So yeah, I think the whole state of Idaho, I've tried to hope and encourage that we put our foot down and we don't make this the new normal, that we make this over the top to where the society's like, why is this family still going? Why are they still here? Well, just because life and death. And this is something we can control, and we don't want this to become our new normal.
I think all the police officers were very, I just had never met him, but yes, he was there. And I see that in the,
They took weeks off.
But I did not know that he even existed until later. So, but I do feel that Anthony Dollinger
None of those officers
was
are ready for that. These are campus cops for the most, a lot of them are, which means a campus cop is you go in, your office is in the university.
They know these kids too.
Yeah, they see these kids.
Yeah.
That's their lives.
They had been there many times saying, you guys need to quiet down. I mean,
don't drink this weekend. Don't be idiot. Don't make me be the one to pull you over. We're out there. We're looking. You're trying to keep your community safe. You're not thinking about like this.
Right.
I was deeply affected though by the documentary watching Dollinger. It did. He really struck. It really hurt my heart to see that he was so deeply affected by it. It did. I actually said something to somebody about it. I think Olivia, and I said, he really was affected. Like, I felt like he almost teared up at times. And I think, those officers had to go in there and see what they had to see. And, we heard very early on that they lost many of their officers, like early on, like, I can't come to work today, and we were like, what do you mean they're down 5 officers or whatever, some aren't coming to work. And then to see a grown man like that, a very strong, police chief, kind of get teary-eyed and say, that he basically is, needs therapy.
He did say that in the documentary.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know with servicemen and women, PTSD is very real. I'm friends with a lot of people. It's real. That's not manufactured.
Yeah, no.
And there's certain things that are so horrible and evil and traumatic. I think I read people pretty well, and I read him, and I'm like, this guy. Yeah. Part of my friend, he gave a shit.
Yes.
He cared. It affected him deeply.
Yes.
And he should get help, and he should be encouraged, and people should look at that as a sign of strength. And I think that's what we're trying to say.
Yeah. And, people always ask us if we went to, she's the roommate.
Yeah. Dylan was a roommate that actually seen him. They kind of had eye contact. She shut her door. She protected her.
So this is labeled so I can scrub through this and we can hit more points. We don't have to listen to some of this other stuff. Welcome, Noni. Good to see you. Sarge is in the house. Welcome, Sarge. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Somebody else popped in here. I saw too. Mackenzie, welcome, dear. Good to see you guys all for being here. Appreciate you. We're going to move from this to another interview that was released. That you guys will definitely want to see more than this, but we're going to bounce through this one too, so you guys know we don't have to stick to it.
Herself, which totally any 19-year-old girl, this isn't Hollywood. She's not going to pull out some ninja moves and fight off some guy with a wielding knife. She protected herself, and she added massive value to our investigation. She gave a timeline. She said who he was. He was a white, skinny, which, believe it or not, there's not a lot of skinny people anymore. So that eliminated like over 50% of the population. He was a male. She gave key moments. Plus, the timeline starts when he leaves at 421. He turns and he takes.
She gave nothing but bullshit. Come on. How damn ridiculous.
We already know she's a liar. I mean, we
tall, skinny guy. That's Sigma Chi.
Big help there, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that helped a whole lot with the damn case. That's such bullshit. I'm sorry.
What does he mean by 50% of the population? What is he talking about? No, I don't mean it to be mean.
That's another
I'm, like,
ridiculous statement.
I'm just legitimately trying to understand. Like, I'm not trying to be mean spirited. Like, what is he talking about?
Nothing.
I don't believe anything that comes out of Dylan's mouth. Unfortunately,
that was created, in my opinion, right there. Sorry.
High kneeing around the house like a fucking 40s cartoon.
The high knee, yo, it made me think of Inspector Gadget and like,
Yes.
and who is it? Mario, Luigi, and who's Luigi's opposite? Like, what's his name?
Mario?
Waluigi.
Oh,
You know how
Waluigi.
Waluigi walks? You ever see him? That's what I think when I think of high knees.
Yeah.
Like literally. But anyway, like some of the descriptions, I think some of that was filled in by law enforcement, in my personal opinion. Because
Right.
like who talks like that? And
Nobody.
And especially somebody of her age, and and so, but yeah, no, we already know. We already know that she's already been caught in lies. We've seen the inconsistencies. There really is no reason for us to believe or take what she says as gospel at this
This
point.
is also the same this man also said that Bryan Kohberger can throw 162 punches per minute. Come on.
And in his thing with Norton, he said Dylan looks suspicious.
Yes, and he was not happy with Dylan for the longest time, until, according to him, he told Brett Norton that he was warned to either look another direction or there was going to be consequences when he was looking at Dylan. Make up your mind, bro. What the hell?
Yeah.
Again. Just like I'm telling you guys, this stuff blows my mind, and none of it makes any sense to me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
None of it. It's insanity. I'm sorry.
Yeah. A lot of backtracking. A lot of backing up what,
So much
over
of it.
things said.
So much of it.
Completely.
Yes.
Off. He makes a huge mistake by turning his phone on at 4:48. When he turns his phone at 4:48, they can cross correlate the last time he's on camera to where that phone is turned on and say, does this time match?
And it matches almost perfect.
The 27 minutes. So they found the road. They're like, boom, these are the only roads possible. Then when he goes back to the university, can we nail him on the way back with the time stamps that it would take for him to take a turn, and they nail him? They've got a signature, a pure pathway. Why they don't take this to court? I think it's just lazy fear prosecutors that aren't held to accountability.
That's new.
We just have to do it. Like, they're elected official guys. And if they're not getting the job done, you should be able to tell them, I'm not going to vote for you. And when we told people to talk to Hippler and call him and say that, hey, reject this plea deal, and he turned you into the police, if you're in Ada County, don't vote for that man. This man told you, if you call him
the judge,
Hippler, you call Hippler and you tell him your vote depends on if he's going to take this and he's going to take this plea or deny it, and he turns you into the police, that man doesn't work for you. He doesn't think he works for you.
well,
Okay, but Steve, you told us to call Hippler. You told everybody to call Hippler. That was you. And then Hippler had to come out and say, calls are not going to be received into the courthouse, blah, blah,
Yep.
blah.
There was a
Steve
whole thing
himself
about
said
it.
that.
Yeah,
Right.
and he was pissed about it.
Steve himself said that. 100%. So make up your mind there, bud.
you need to go back a little bit. So we were so infuriated about the plea deal.
Mhm.
People are saying, what can we do? What can we do? So we have a family page, a Gonzalez family page on Facebook. We said, call the court, call the judge. He's, it wasn't like we were privy to his information.
First, we talked to a
Already
lawyer.
done deal.
Yeah, but the judge could have denied it.
We were told.
Disappointing.
So we
He
said,
couldn't make him allocute because Idaho has a special law. I wish I knew it. I think it's 108, but I don't know the exact law. But there's a law that says they can keep the fifth. They can keep the fifth and plead quiet all the way through. So we couldn't force him to allocute, but he could reject the plea.
he could reject the plea. So
let me go back though. I want to focus on this evidence. Before he makes the passes around the house, and he's speeding around, goes past the house, then he goes back, then he speeds again, goes back. I don't know what the
4 times.
4 times, then he stops.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have that narrow time frame.
Yes.
Okay, he goes one way to get to the house, and as he's leaving, he turns off his cell phone. So there's a certain amount of premeditation here, no
Yes.
doubt about it,
Yes.
right? Buying the knife, premeditation here. And then he takes a different route home. And then the time that he put it back on Why is that important?
So I wanted to, so I think that I don't think he intentionally went into that house to kill 4. I think he intended on killing 1, and that is either Kayla or Maddie, because he went straight upstairs.
Why do you believe that?
Because he went straight upstairs for 1, and I just.
How do you know that? You don't know that. Nobody knows that, okay? I don't care what anybody say. There's no way nobody can know besides the person himself that committed the crime or the persons if they went straight upstairs. You don't know that.
Exactly. And we don't know what he was thinking and what he intended on doing first, because that didn't come from his mouth. He never relinquished that information. So really, that's what she's saying. I think that's what you think. That's your opinion. That's your perception. That's your idea.
Bingo.
But that's not fact.
Yep. What'd you say, Dylan?
I was going to say the only other person that would know that is Dylan.
Well, she may not even know, but possibly, yeah. Agreed. I mean, I'm just saying there's truly only a couple people. Dylan and Bethany could know for sure. And the killers and the story, but you don't know.
According to Dylan, she locks that door every night, so she left that door unlocked for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't she state at some point that, like, in that college area, in the college town, in the Greek Row area, that they always leave their doors open or something like that? That most do.
They never lock their doors in that town
because there's nothing ever happens in Moscow.
Even WSU mom Kim, who was she comes in through every now and again still too, says that they never used to. They never had to. It was never like that. Yeah. Everything was very, very trustworthy back in the day until this all happened. So, it's one of those things. I don't know. But you don't know. To make that statement, Christy, I'm sorry. Again, all due respect, you don't know that. Nobody knows, because they will not allow for us to know what actually happened, how it happened, and when exactly everything happened. They refuse to allow. So you shouldn't make statements like that, in my opinion.
I just
he walks past one of the victims' doors right off the bat. He walks right past the victim.
This is the girl that locked herself in her room.
Mm-hmm. Walks right past.
Never came back to her.
Never went back to her. And then,
but she saw him.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And Kaylee and Maddie happened to be in the same bedroom, but upstairs is just 2 bedrooms and a bathroom.
And Ethan and
Xana were downstairs. Yes. So he went straight upstairs, and I think that he intended to kill Kaylee or Maddie, and Kaylee happened to be in bed with Maddie, and obviously she woke up and that happened. And then Xana woke up, or Xana was awake. She did a TikTok at 4:12, or commented on TikTok at 4:12, got food at 4 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there was a lot of paths crossing here, at this point. And Xana heard, and I think Xana was like, what's going on? So I think Xana started up the stairs saying, hello, hey, what's going on?
Dylan reports somebody screaming, somebody's here.
And then Dylan said, somebody screamed, someone's in the house. She swears that was Kaylee. Even the law enforcement believe that was Xana. She goes running down the stairs. So he's like,
I don't want to distract you.
Isn't that convenient? 100% speculation that we're told not to do, but yes, love and other habits. I agree. Sorry. Moving on.
But the police are convinced, in that documentary, so they're convinced she fought back hard.
Yes.
Oh, she did.
Hard.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
I mean, that was very clear. Okay, go ahead. I don't.
So he stopped what he was doing up there. He left that knife sheath. He was like, shit. I gotta go eliminate this. There's somebody awake, somebody's running, someone's
He was distracted, ran down the steps.
So he went after Xana. I think he saw Ethan asleep in the bed. I think he just a couple times to Ethan and continued with Xana. This is a little tiny room. I mean, it's probably 2 of these pool tables there. I mean, it's tiny. Yeah. Xana's running all over this room. He's fighting her,
Hold on.
She's screaming. The dog starts going crazy. the dog starts going crazy at this point. I think at this.
Yes, sir.
The blood evidence doesn't even suggest that Bryan, that in this fantasy land,
Whoever
that
did it, yeah.
that whoever killed Maddie and Kaylee ran out of the room. The blood drops suggest that he went like Jason Voorhees speed walking.
Yeah, right. Very good point, sir. Very good point.
And she's like,
Exactly.
how do we know which one from Ethan to Xana who was attacked first? And she's saying that Xana was running all over the room, which we know was not possible because she even said it was tiny, but that's beside the point.
Well, again, realize the documents claim more than once, in more than one way, that Xana and Ethan were attacked simultaneously.
Yeah.
Meaning at the same time. So Octopus Man that came in and did this was doing some kind of fucking ninja shit.
It was Dr. Octavius.
There you go.
Unless he's like got like Chinese stars and is just like threw one over there, one victim and then's over here doing something. I mean, really, it's
right.
It's not even feasible with one person.
Thank you. And again, Anthony Jackson, welcome, my friend. Says, why would the dog be going crazy during Xana but not Kaylee? Come on. Thank you.
And if if Dylan said a couple times that I heard Kaylee, I could have sworn it was Kaylee. A few times she believes it was Kaylee's voice. I mean, there is a difference in their voices.
This has to be they're following the law enforcement narrative. They have to. They have to do it. They have to stick with this to continue. Sorry, to continue the narrative that they have to stick to. They have to stick to that. They have same thing that Wickham's doing. The same thing that everybody's doing. They're sticking to this law enforcement narrative that we know is not true. Okay. Based on the blood evidence. It just doesn't, like Dylan brought up, it does not line up, guys. It does not line up.
No, this is crazy. And it's like I say, like, are they saying this in my opinion, this is what we think happened? No, it's like the way that it's being explained, I think that she went, there's moments where it seems like they're stating it as fact, and other moments they're saying, well, I think. So it's like, we already know that this is not fact.
Yes. This is correct. Thank you. Very good point. Thank you, Nicola, again for that.
Point. Finally, he overcomes Xana and he's like, I have to get out of here. I think he'd felt like he'd been in that house forever. That dog was barking relentlessly at that time. He starts to leave. He makes eye contact with Dylan. He's probably like, oh my gosh, there's someone but he says, I got to go.
Dog's still barking, and he just made a decision.
So he jumped in that car.
Fight or flight.
And he was like, there's no way 911 hasn't been called. I think that he figured there's no way at all.
So he thought he had no. And by the way, on the video of his car leaving, he's bolting.
Yes.
Yeah. He's going 100 miles.
He left a mark on the road, and he almost hits another car because he can't make that turn at that speed.
I can't go back the way I came. I'd have to go right through town.
He did not leave a mark on the road at all. That was there from months before.
And also, if
probably already, looking. So he headed some other way. He wound up getting himself lost out on a dirt road. Yeah. That's where he was. He was on a dirt road. Turned his phone back on. Went to a map at 448. Turned on a map app.
That tracked him right to where he is. You turn on your app and says, I don't know where I am.
So
tell me where I am so I can get home.
Pick that up.
So it nailed him right where he's at. So
they're like,
he's
that's
done.
exactly where he would have been.
Right.
At that time.
Because you timed it out. Right. So that
out in the middle of nowhere, and he got lost. He got lost because he was
farmland out there. Just tall grass.
That's trying to premeditate the perfect crime.
Yeah.
And clean blood. I mean, there was a lot of thought that went into this, and a lot of study.
A lot.
The level of premeditation, I think, is severe. I don't think I can think of a case like this.
A lot.
So, but then the knife sheath, which becomes that was it. I'm going
to let your audience know something that I don't think anyone's talked about, which they told us at the very end. That knife sheath didn't just have one source. They were going to have an expert that came on and said that thumb, the print had multiple touch points on it, and they can age the skin cells. So they were going to say there was a thumbprint,
fingerprint
type, and then there was
that's new.
There was some that had been dated. So they were going to say that whoever did this, the single source, one person's DNA had touched this button multiple times on multiple days, at least. Whoever did this, the single source, one person's DNA age the skin cells. So they were going to say there was fresh fingerprint type, and then there was aged ones. There was some that had been dated. So they were going to say that whoever did this, fresh fingerprint type, and then there was aged ones. There was some that had been dated. So they were going to say that whoever did this.
Whoever did this? What happened to Bryan? Whoever did this, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're just like Freudian slips throughout some of these interviews. And
that's why I listen to these interviews, realize. Yeah. Because they do this all the time.
Just like the one on the Today Show.
Yes. All the time they do it. Constantly. They constantly do it. So we all know now, okay, we were told for 3.5 years that those skin cells were here. Inside this button, okay? Right there. And then when the actual documents were released, then they told us they were on this strap, okay? What fingerprint is he talking about? What thumbprint is he talking about? There was no thumbprint. These were skin cells.
Exactly.
There were no fucking thumbprints, okay?
I was thinking the same thing.
Where did that come from, Steve? Because there were no damn thumbprints.
How do you know, like, if it's let's just play along. Well, how do we know? Okay, like if it was Bryan Kohberger's that he was using his thumb.
Either way.
I mean, like, we don't know whoever the person it belongs to used to open the snap, whatever the case may be. We don't know that it's the thumb. That's so specific. Like, it's the thumbprint. Well, first of all, there is no print. Second of all, we don't know which finger was used. Like, that's just
bingo, because they've never talked about that ever realized. Nobody's ever said anything about a damn thumbprint. And Sarge and I proved long time back that if that button, which I believe on a K-bar, it is brass, there would be no DNA that would have been left on that. They said they tested for fingerprints on it. Whatever, fine. Okay, welcome, Sleuthy. Good to see you, dear. That's fine. Okay, again, like Bubbles just said, what expert? Who is that? Because I never saw a document that said anything about anything like that. But okay, this is some more bullshit. I'm sorry. In my opinion. Absolutely.
It's like what, Pav says, it's like picking fly poop out of pepper.
Yes.
You gotta sift through some of this stuff. Like, come on.
Constantly. Every single time. Don't worry, folks. We're almost through it. And again, Cy is not helping with this. I fully agree. The gaslighting that he's been doing is just adding to this. I'm sure that he probably just learned that from Cy, to be honest with you. So he'll take it as the God's honest truth and go forward and run with it as a fact.
And let's be honest, this is, gaining a lot of traction. We have a lot of new people that are looking into this case with new ears. What a way to sort of poison the well, so to speak.
Absolutely.
To go on a confusion campaign.
Especially now, since Bryan has come forth with a PCR. That's why this is all happening again.
Exactly.
And no, they won't mention the hair, Jenny, because unless Hannity does, they don't believe the hair is real. Okay? They've already claimed that more than once. They don't believe it's real.
They think it's a weave?
They think Turvey is full of shit. They think that anything has been said from that is garbage. They have literally cussed people out for bringing it up. So no, unless Hannity mentions it, they won't bring it up.
The single source, one person's DNA had touched this button multiple times on multiple days, at least 24 hours apart, because this is how we age these cells. These cells.
What does that even mean? Even if that were true, so what? So the person touched it 24 hours apart. And that doesn't mean it was Bryan Kohberger. There's the problem. That makes no sense. That's just another empty thought, in my opinion. Empty fact, not even a fact, because we have never seen that. So, okay.
start dehydrating, and they were going to show that that person had touched it multiple times. It wasn't like the cops walked over and said, "Hey, can you touch this pin?" And then they pick the pin and go throw it in the crime scene and say, "Hannity was there. He did it." No, it wasn't like that.
Yeah.
They had this down.
And it also had Maddie and Kaylee's blood on it. And people think it was planted, but when that knife is not there, there's a void in the blood splatter
It was
on the
aspirated,
bed. So
the blood was
clearly
aspirated.
It was there during, like he said, that's where he set it down. He set it down there and he left it there.
Wow.
And
Great point, Miss Kim. Aren't skin cells dead? They are. And how are you aging them? You mean manipulating? Got it. Thank you, Kim. Good point.
And,
there's little droplets. When you lose blood under pressure, it comes out like an air spray.
But things went awry for him. I definitely think things went awry for him. I mean, obviously he left that sheath. I think it's because of Xana, and I feel horrible that Xana had to die that way. But
other injuries that indicated a fierce fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, very.
What a tough kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it in his last interview. He was talking to, when he was talking to Donna, he said, "I'll show you the pictures right now." He had the pictures that he could show people right there. Okay, this is ridiculous. I would love for him to do an interview with these two. I'd love for them to sit down and for him to explain everything and show them the stuff. They're the ones that need to see it, not us, not Donna Rotuno, nobody else. These two need to sit down with Herbie and have this conversation.
That'd be an interesting interview.
I know they won't. They won't do it. Okay, I know that, but that is what needs to happen here, and I'm sure he would do it. I'm absolutely sure that Herbie would have that interview with them, a complete sit down and go over the evidence, talk to them, show them the fucking photographs, prove it to them, then see their reaction.
I know he would. I know he would. Because he even
Fully
said
agree.
he doesn't understand why they think what they think and why they're doing what they're doing.
Yes, and that's why I know that he would sit down with them, prove it to them. They won't do it. They will not do it, and I promise you that MPD, ISP, everybody that surrounds us would push them away from that. Say, no, you don't want to do that. That's just gonna be more bullshit.
Oh yeah.
You don't want it, because they've questioned many people that have come out, people we've had on our shows. What do you mean about this? What's this mean? What's that mean? She went back to Mowry or the other guy, Gilbertson, and said, "What about this knife she's been on the floor?" Oh, no, Christy, don't worry about that. That's just them trying to change the narrative again. Don't worry about it. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Stop hiding it. Stop trying to hide it. Okay. Welcome, Judy. So I would love, in fact, I would do everything I could to get Herbie to sit down with the Gonzalez family. They will not.
I would
ahead,
love
hon.
to see
I'm
that.
sorry. Me too.
No.
I would pay for it. I literally would.
Yeah.
If that would make it happen, I would definitely do whatever I could to make it happen, because it needs to happen.
Yeah. I think that'd be a very interesting conversation, because I think it would be a little heated, but they would, if they could just prepare themselves and put their emotions aside and just have a truthful conversation.
Right. Mistakes will be made, especially when the neurotransmitter explosion occurs when a fantasy is fulfilled. With a psychosexual patient, dopamine, oxytocin, endorphins, serotonin. Yes, I read, but of course, no. And I do show your comments all the time, Contrarian. I don't mind having people with a contrary opinion in here by any means. I just don't get to see them all the time when I have many people in here. There's almost 400 people in here, so I'm trying to be fair and show everybody's. Hold on here a minute.
The good way to get your comment seen is if you're not being seen.
Right.
Posted a couple times.
Oh, sounds like we have more company here. Miss Nellie's in the house. Welcome, dear.
Hey.
How are you? Thank you for joining us today.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm glad I made it. Can you hear me okay though? Because my microphone.
Yeah, you sound very good.
Hi, Nellie B.
Very
I
good.
love your accent.
Oh,
And I love your glasses too.
oh, I can't get rid of the glare. They're just sorry. If I do that, it's not. I can't see anymore.
No, you're good. You sound great, and everything looks good. So
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you for having me. I struggle with these two though. I'm going to have to lower the blood pressure.
of course, I know, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't think Turby has any want to talk with them, especially if he's in. I agree with that, but I think he would, if it meant them understanding things and possibly seeing the truth. I think he would. I'm just saying. And I do read I put up many of yours today, SRE, many of them actually. If you haven't been noticing, um, they won't do it because Turby won't sugarcoat. That's exactly what I'm saying. He won't. He won't go along with the narrative that they're believing in, and he won't make it any better than what it is. He'll tell the blatant truth. Period. That's it.
And they did do that clip. They did share that one clip of Turby's interview with what they, disagreed with. So you already know how that would. You already know where their thoughts are in that arena.
Right. Absolutely. Again, I'm grateful to have you here, Nellie. Thank you for joining us today on Weekend.
I'm delighted to be here. It's school holidays, so I'm a bit all over the place. So I'm just grabbing live when I can.
No worries, dear. No worries ever. No worries. Thank you. You thought that was your doorbell. Well, I took away the door knock thing because it was too loud and obnoxious. So now we have a doorbell.
Now we have a polite doorbell.
Yes, it's a little bit nicer.
Yeah. She was on her feet to the very end, fighting him with,
He's a big guy. I mean,
yeah.
This is kind of a safe college town. This is not
Oh my gosh, yes.
huge, massive,
I mean, you would go to this little town and be like, this is the most adorable little place ever. And this, beautiful college in the middle and cute little
the last
town.
homicide was like 8 years before, and it was a domestic violence type thing. And then you'd had to go like 14 years before you had some type of random type crime like this. So there was a real reason for people to feel safe there, and they still feel safe there. If you went there, there's still going to be people partying, passing out on the road, and nobody's taking advantage of them. It's still a safe town. We're not trying to take that away from them.
Yeah.
But something like this smacks you. And to Idaho's, like, this guy wasn't one of us. He wasn't a citizen here. We didn't raise this monster. He was raised somewhere else.
So let me ask this question, because let's go to the timeline. 1:30, they leave the bar. They're at the grub truck. We narrowed down the time that this guy, we have the surveillance video of his car going back and forth 4 times. And then he's in there at the exact period of time where they have an estimated time of death. Okay, here's what I didn't really understand, because you had one girl alive, knew something horrible happened, was scared, saw a stranger in the house, had to have heard some noise. And I'm not blaming this young girl. I feel terrible for her too. She lost her friends. I'm sure that she feels horrible, and I don't want her to. I'm going to be I think this is so traumatic for any kid. She's scared to death, locks her door, probably just wants to put a pillow over her head and not want to hear anything at that point. Just my guess. So that's between 4:10.
Are you having problems, Nellie? Is everything okay? You're muted. You're muted, Nellie.
Sorry, I had to link a YouTube channel and it wouldn't let me do Beyond the Pale, and then I didn't know what was going on. I just wanted to join the chat.
Oh no, okay.
I'm okay. Yeah,
everything's working
now.
Okay, good. Everything's working right. Good. That's all I was wondering. All right, good deal.
Thank you.
No problem.
There you
go. And 4:05 and 4:25 in the morning, and they don't discover this happened until afternoon.
Yeah.
And then they don't even tell you.
No. Yeah. The 911 was called at 11:58. So they called.
But there were kids. If you look at the Netflix documentary, long before, kids knew something was up. They were texting your daughter. They were texting Maddie. They were texting all of them, and they weren't getting a normal response. So the kids moved in. Why aren't they answering? Something's up. Let me see what's up.
They learned, and this got to be fixed. They let the university know before anyone else, and then their phones go with an alert.
Well, the university put out an alert, which the cops wish they didn't put out.
Yeah.
And then those kids start crying, in front of the cops saying,
And the
you
cops
don't
are
need to
going, "What's
tell me
wrong?
anymore.
Yeah, what's wrong?"
The university just told me
Yeah.
before anyone's tried to contact us,
So
talk
they're
to
like-
the parents.
They should have coordinated with the police.
Yeah, and I'm not here to say there's a perfect way to do this. It's just we got it. These are like little notes that
Yeah.
It is, that is a question that we have as well. Why wasn't 911 called sooner? We don't know. We can't say because we weren't in those shoes. Like, I hate when people try to say, if I was Steve and Chrissy, I wouldn't have done this. I would have done this. I would have said this. I would have said that. I wouldn't have done that.
This is the girl that ran into him, saw him.
Yes. So what people say.
I think that's judgmental. And you know what? You and I are grown men. I loved your comments. They picked the wrong family.
Yeah.
I loved when you said that during sentencing.
Yeah.
And then when you murdered my daughter, you didn't just take a life, you shattered others. I mean, those are words that I could hear coming out of my mouth. And I applaud you for it. You attacked what you could never be. What a very powerful remark that you made. And in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far behind that house. You stole my peace. You steered my altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. I've been changed by your cruelty. You made that comment. I mean, both of you, I don't know, I give you a lot of credit, and you're not giving up. And but with all this evidence, which is why I keep going back to the timeline, keep going back that we have an eyewitness in this.
Yes.
And she's identified him, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you have the forensics, then you have the videos. Okay. It seems like a slam dunk.
Yeah.
That's why I don't know why they didn't go forward with it in the first place.
One of my things, when we had a call with the prosecutor's office after they did the plea, which was on that Monday, I was screaming like at the top of my lungs. I was like, Bill, I don't understand. We have it, we had all the evidence. Why just package him up a gift? You gave him a gift. Why did you give him a gift for no reason? Like, you think and at this time, we had no idea what had happened to the other kids. I mean, we knew they had all been stabbed to death. And we barely knew what had happened
to Kaylee. The other kids knew before. Nobody had gone to look, even though all this had happened. And then all the friends are missing it. Really found out from the people outside the house, that were, clearly your daughter, Maddie, that whole group, Ethan, the whole group is all very popular, right?
Yeah.
By the way, one other bizarre thing. Why did they knock the house down? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge voting block right there. You got to be careful who you're going to mess with. That town's got 10,000 people. Guess how many people are in that university? 25. And they get the vote out. Well, that vote's 25,000 people. So if you want to stand up against that university, good luck.
Yeah, we fought that too. At
some point, they may, there's always a chance that at some point there might be.
That is an interesting statement there, Steve. Hang on. Let's hear that again. Because I think that's quite important here, guys. Listen to this again.
It was on that Monday. I was screaming. I don't understand. We have it, we had all the evidence. Why just package him up a gift? You gave him a gift. Why did you give him a gift for no reason? Like, you think and at this time we had no idea what had happened to the other kids. I mean, we knew they had all been stabbed to death. And we barely knew what had happened to
But the
Kaylee.
other kids knew before. Nobody had gone to look, even though all this had happened. And then all the friends are missing it. Really found out from the people outside the house, that were, clearly your daughter.
So in that sense, he's calling out Dylan and Bethany because they should have went and looked. I like that point that he's making he's making it kind of quickly and quietly. In my opinion, that's what he's saying. But this next statement that Steve makes, I think tells its own story, you guys. And I think it's kind of important. I really do. It's coming right up here next because he brings up the house. Listen what Steve says to him.
Maddie, that whole group, Ethan, the whole group is all very popular, right?
Yeah.
By the way, one other bizarre thing. Why did they knock the house down? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Well, that's a huge voting block right there. You got to be careful who you're going to mess with. You're going to that town.
There's that first. You got to be careful who you're going to mess with.
Town's got 10,000 people. Guess how many people are in that university? 25. And they get the vote out. Get the vote out. Well, that vote's 25,000 people. So if you want to stand up against that university, good luck.
Yeah.
Interesting point, isn't it? If you want to stand up against that university, good luck. Now, I'm sure that there's people that are going to clip me because they do. We all know, Viv. We know what you do, okay? And they're going to turn around what I just said or what I'm taking from what he said into another way. But if you want to stand up against that university, think about that, okay? Think about that, folks. What have we been dealing with throughout this thing? Holy hell. Welcome to the sauce, Miss Nellie. Welcome back. You were in the sauce a long time ago. Great to have you back here. Thank you for joining us. But yeah, right, Bubbles, as you said, Brett, we've all been saying this. Nobody wants to stand up against this university. Nobody.
Well, look at the threats. But look at that. That's a bit of a threat, veiled threat. Like it's an intimidation statement.
It absolutely is. Very intimidative.
Trying to deter Bryan from making his decision to fight for himself.
Yes. And nobody important, Matt. Don't worry about it. Nobody important at all. Just making an immature statement because I do that from time to time. I'm sorry. On we go. But I just wanted to make sure you guys caught that because I think that's an important statement that was made right there. I really do.
And we fought that too. We fought that. At
some point, they may, there's always a chance that at some point there might be some technology that might be able to come up.
Thank you so much, Tattoo Gal. Again, towards our goal. God bless. I think that deserves our friend Manny to jump out here real quick. Thank you so much. Thank you again. God bless. Very much appreciated.
I mean, the things now, I'm friends with the FBI director. I was friends with the deputy FBI director, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino's been on this podcast, and so is Kash. And, there's so much stuff that they have available. And, you two remind me a little bit of two people that I've gotten to know over the years. And this is a compliment in both cases. One is John Walsh. He did America's Most Wanted.
Yes.
After what happened to his son, Adam.
Oh, good God. No. That is not a compliment. After what John Walsh did to his daughter, Megan, no, not at all. That's another power tripper. That's a whole other story for another day, but I will tell you guys one day. I did cover it. I know John Walsh was, America's Most Wanted because of what happened to his son. Horrible situation. He took it way too far. And there's a whole story behind that, but that is not a good thing. Not a good thing at all.
The other is a very dear friend, Nancy Grace.
Love Nancy.
Do you know her story?
She's on our board.
19, fiance killed.
Yep.
She shrunk to 80 pounds.
Yeah.
These are the two worst comparisons they could ever put in. Oh my God, Hannity, come on, brother. What are you doing? Yeah.
Devastated. She waited decades before she got married and had kids. And now she's proudly sending, her kids off to
Good for her. Got her power back.
But when she talks about crime, this is not manufactured. She even yelled at me on my own show one time.
Doesn't surprise me.
I said, why am I losing hope? It was about the Savannah Guthrie case at the time. And she goes, Sean, who said this is going to be? And she just ripped me on my own show. I'm like, thanks, Nancy. We are friends. I love you. And she's been on the podcast too. Hey, since 1879, he withdraws his plea. You were on my show that night. And okay, you prepared for all that?
Yeah. Yep. I if that's where this is going to take us, I do pray, and I always am asking God to open doors that need to be open and close doors that need to be closed. And sometimes, God, you're going to have to take my hand and drag me through that door, because sometimes I'm not going to know. So if this is what's happening, I feel this is a door that God is opening for some reason. And sometimes you don't always know that reason right now. You know, like we don't know why, you know, we lost Kaylee the way we did. And I know that's not God's fault. You know, I did for a long time. You know, we fought. You know, we still fight. But I feel this is God's will.
You said you fight with God?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to win.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a fight you want.
Yeah.
She's used to fighting with me. She thinks she could just keep going.
No, I argue,
No,
you know.
I'm not making light of it, but I mean, in other words, you are saying, I think very human emotion, which is why?
Yeah.
Why did I lose my daughter?
Yeah.
Why did this happen?
Why? You know, why didn't you stop it? You know, why couldn't you have done this or this? You know, you're God, you know.
Why do good things happen to bad people?
Yeah.
I mean, why do bad things happen to good people?
Yeah. So
I understand.
I feel that this you know, God is looking out for us, and maybe this is because the first time around it was wrong, and this time around he's going to make sure it's done right, you know, and that is the death penalty. You know, and you know, in Idaho we have the firing squad now. It's not going to.
No, I'm sorry, but that is not God, Christy, giving you the death penalty. I'm sorry, that's not how that works. Unfortunately,
and God does not. I have to say this because this bothers me. You know, maybe it's just her understand. And I get this. I don't, because I see that she just doesn't have this understanding. But
right,
God does not fight against us. If anything, He wants to fight for us and be our advocate. And if she thinks that He's not
Amen.
there, He is. Yeah, God does not. Believe me, you would know if God was fighting against. That's not. He has no equal. You know, He has no rival. God is God all by Himself, and there's nobody who could defeat Him. So He's not going to fight against man. Man fights against God and His sovereignty, and that's what happens. But I get what she's trying to say. She wrestles with God.
I get that too.
With God.
Yeah,
we wrestle with God. That's different. But for Him to fight against you, it's not how that works. That
No,
does
it
not
does
happen.
not.
I just want to say that for the listeners, because I think that's just a very important thing to understand.
Of course, and I know a lot of people. You know, we don't go in usually into religion, politics, and here, so on and so forth. And I know a lot of people don't look at religion the same way, so on and so forth. I'm a spiritual person. I have my religion. I don't push it on everybody. You know, I say God bless and stuff like that, but it's not like everything to me. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And I understand it, but what she just said really bothers me because that isn't. If you believe in that, if you follow that, that's not how that works. That's all I'm saying. So moving on.
That's all.
We're almost done. We're about done with this because I've skipped through different pieces and parts. Because a lot of it is just repetitive. We've heard it millions and millions of times. So
yeah, that's good.
It'll happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. But it's also the type of life that he lives in prison. Death row is different than.
Wait a minute.
You know,
he's getting a PhD in prison.
I mean,
seriously,
and vegan meals.
What?
Yeah.
And vegan.
I want to know how they think they know this. This is what they're guessing, in my opinion. But there's no way they could possibly know that. They're not going to give them any information on him like this. It's not possible. I've looked into this, okay? They don't do this. They don't do this at all.
Vegan meals.
well, because he's
vegan meals.
Yeah, vegan meals. I mean,
I bet those are delicious.
these are the worst of our society, and we've gotten to the point where we think vegan meals is an acceptable part of punishment for murdering innocent people. I mean, what's wrong with this?
You don't need a PhD.
No, it's a waste of our time and energy.
Waste of our time, our money, and I don't care. Rot in your prison cell until your number comes up.
Yeah.
So the softness that we have in courtrooms, and I'll tell you, man, I've sat at a table like that with another prosecutor and got so involved in a conversation they just walked off and left.
Yeah.
I said, if you're going to defend what happened to my kid, get out of here. I'm done.
I might have to hire security for you because you remind me too much of myself. You're going to be the person that gets up and pounds the shit.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I don't mean that. I feel the same emotion as you would. I mean, I really do. I mean, to the extent that anyone could ever, you always try to put yourself in other people's shoes.
Exactly.
And I would be raging.
Oh, yeah.
I would be angry.
I'm 5'1", and I feel like I feel that I have so much rage in me for what he did. I feel that I could rip him apart, which is obviously not. I mean, you know, he's a grown man.
Actually, you never.
But I feel
Go for the eyes.
15 years, I can teach you.
Go for the eyes and the neck.
Just let me in the room with him. Let me in the room. Just let me at him. Like, I just think I have so much rage about, you know, and some of the injuries that Kaylee have had.
Those bully type behavior.
Just
We never found the murder weapon either.
No.
You know, it's so
We're working on that.
over excessive. We are.
We're working on that. This is the family doesn't quit. Our prosecutor might have quit, and I would love to make him look like a fool. So if we can find this, I will make that man look like a fool.
Well, it has to be along that path somewhere.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be.
He doesn't want me to find it. He wants us all to go to bed and go to sleep.
We will make sure that, you know, law enforcement is there, but we are in connection with, I think, some really good people. And yeah, we wouldn't just be like, look what no, we would make sure it's done right.
False hope.
You know, but yeah.
You know, you're obviously religious.
So they're out looking for the murder weapons now, huh? What are they going to do when they find, if they find, which I don't think they ever will, multiple weapons, folks? You know what I mean? If they bring on AWP or something and go diving the Snake River or some shit, or somewhere, and they think they're going to find, and when they don't, it's going to prove that didn't happen that way. But either way, that'd be interesting to me. Good luck. Exactly.
And you have God in your life, and faith is important to you. And I love your just open honesty that you argue with God, because I think a lot of people would do the same thing in that situation. Why me, God? Why Kaylee? Etc.
Good point. Yes.
And you know, I remember I was friends with Charlie Kirk. He's such a great kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember that moment. I think it was at his memorial. Because we say the Lord's Prayer, which I think is the most important prayer, you know, forgive us as we forgive others. Okay. You know, Jesus died on the cross. What did he say? Forgive them, Father. They know not what they do. Okay. I believe all that. Well, it's the most important. My faith is the most important thing in my life.
All right. So the remainder of this is all based on forgiveness and struggling with it, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go ahead and end it there. Interesting enough as it is, it's the same stuff, you guys. It is truly the same stuff. There's a lot of hypocritical bullshit being stated in here because of the way that you talk. And I'm sorry, this is just my opinion. This angers me more than a lot of these things do. I do believe in what I believe in. Okay. I have my faith. You guys know that I wear these things religiously for a reason. Okay. I don't shove it down people's throats. I don't do this. I don't do that. I don't have to go to a church to do it. I could do it in my bathroom if I want to praise what I praise and to pray to who I do. End of story. I will go to the end of it though. There is a piece of it that I was just requested to play, so I will. And, the problem with this is when you use, I do not like people that stand behind a religion and then try to be a certain type of way and say that this is what their God would want them to do. Don't do it. Stop it. Okay. It's very hypocritical. It's disgusting. I hate people that will come forth and poke and push and irritate, aggravate, and try to make people see things a certain way and then stand up and say, I'm a great Christian. Stop doing that.
Yeah, I don't like when people weaponize religion in any way.
Yes.
You know, to use it, you know, I mean, I don't know what their intent is. I can't, but I will say that should never be a way, a means to an end in
not a weapon.
Manipulate, a situation, or try to brainwash people to think a certain way about a situation that has its truth. You know what I mean? Already.
Right. It's not a weapon. You are correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm playing the last part of this because there's, again, for those of us that haven't seen it, there's more threats at the end of this, and then we're done with it. Welcome, Tammy. Thank you for being here. And that's the point that I've been making. The reason you can't see him do this is because it wasn't him. Open your eyes, follow the evidence, stop believing the lies you've been told. That is a fact. Let's hear the last part of this.
It's to the effect that the bond that you built and the really strong marriage that you have, which a lot of people don't have, helped you navigate this together. Like I'm honestly very impressed. I'm watching
Absolutely.
a team here. 9 years married.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I just, people have said, do you think put a strain on our marriage? I don't feel that there's been a strain. I mean, we've gone through heartache. It's caused us heartache, but I don't imagine it ending us in any
But
way.
things like this can often, it's game over.
Because we agree on almost every single thing that.
But if one person wanted to speak out and the other didn't, like you have other families, they're thanking you for doing it, but they can't do it themselves.
And you get a lot of hate. I'm like probably one of the most hated. If you're for BK, then I embellish the hate that you have for me. Give it to me. Just rain it on me. Because if that man is in harmony with your heart, then you should hate me, because we're from two different polar opposites. And I want nothing to do with somebody that looks at that man, looks at those eyes, and finds somebody that they want to look up to. So I take that. And my wife, I believe in servitude. And I believe as a father, once I had a kid, I stopped being the knucklehead idiot boy that I was. I was a total idiot. And, but when I knew that when I made a mistake, I was going to hurt that little baby that was just sitting there, I was like, I'm done. It's time to grow up.
And a conscience and a soul.
Yep.
This guy's soulless.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm praying for both of you. Good.
Thank you.
I know I'm sorry you're going to have to relive it. And I pray that the justice that you guys want, and I'm in agreement with you, comes their way. Give the name of how do they get to the foundation?
www.murderhasaname.com.
Murderhasaname.com.
Yep. You can read all about us, about what we do.
Some of the hardest working true crime people in America, not people who are trying to turn it into entertainment, but trying to turn it into action.
I will say to people, if you want to see, I don't usually recommend a lot of series, but I watched this whole thing. I couldn't stop watching it. Idaho Murder, College Nightmare. You will see what I saw, and it just opens your eyes. And, every parent worries about evil. There's a lot that I think we can all take from this too. God bless you both. Thank you both. I'm very grateful that you guys stopped by.
This isn't entertainment for me. This is not meant to be entertainment. If you see it that way, then that is partially what's wrong with you. It's no. And this is what's sad to me. Okay. In my heart. Okay. And I have a big, full heart, folks. Those of you that know me, that have known me for a long time, you know that my heart is full for all of you and everybody. I love people. I always have. I am here and have been here from November 14th of 2022 talking about this case for one reason and one reason only. And that is for your child and her friend and her roommate. Not even you, but your child. Because I looked at this case and said, no, there's something wrong here. Okay, there's something wrong. And as a parent, and I'm not damning you for not doing it. I won't do that. I never have. I've asked why. Okay, I've always asked why you're not doing it, but I won't damn you for it. You don't understand it. You don't get it. You were messed around a little bit. There's a lot to it. I'll give it that. And I've always given that grace to that aspect. But don't you ever tell me that I'm here turning this into entertainment. I am here for the only reason, one reason alone. And that is to make sure that the persons, plural, that committed this crime and took your daughter from you are truly and honestly the ones that are shown to the world to be the criminals. Now, in that matter, if that happens during that period of time, if Bryan Kohberger turns out to not be that person, that's one more little check mark to put on that box, because we don't need somebody losing their life to the prison systems or the death penalty that did not commit a crime. That's an injustice to the world, not just to the United States of America, because as we all know, I have one sitting here on panel with me. Miss Nellie's from the UK. Okay. She's not even in the United States. This has no bearing on her whatsoever. She's in another country and is still here defending this same thing. We have Jesse from Thailand. We have Moto Man from Canada. We have many people from other countries that are here going, this is a travesty to the world. not just to the people of the United States, not just to the people of Idaho. It's insanely disgusting that it's accepted the way it is and that people just close their eyes to it. And of course, from Portugal, I see it, and Ireland and everywhere. It's amazing. This is worldwide, folks. This is not just in the little corner of Moscow, Idaho, or the United States. It's everywhere. It is everywhere. And we see it. They see it. We all see it. And it's not right. And here's the thing. The justice systems in all these other countries are different than ours. Okay? I'm sure Nelly could speak on the way the justice system works in the UK. There's people that can talk up. Jesse has spoke on how it is in Thailand. We've heard about it from Africa, Japan, China, Russia, Northern Ireland, Norway, Australia, all of it. Okay, it's different than ours, and it's still a travesty to everybody watching it, and they still see what's wrong and should be righted. There's the difference, and we're all here, I think, for the same reason, and that's so that these 4 young people get absolute justice, and that if there's a man sitting in prison for the rest of his life right now and he didn't do this, then it needs to be known to the world, period. That is why we do this, in my opinion. Were you going to say something, Nelly? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say, don't feel this is an American thing. In my spare time, this might surprise you, but in my spare time, I watch a lot of true crime documentaries, and there's a lot of corruption everywhere, and I've watched a lot of British corruption. This is not an American thing. And I remember just going right back to how I got into true crime, and the podcasts that you guys were putting out was actually I didn't even know YouTube was like this. I watched the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, and my sweet late brother said, if you're interested in the law, which I was, watch Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Suddenly I discovered these channels, and I was like, oh my God, you can chat, you can do this. This is amazing. And this is how I got into true crime, was Gisela, from, oh God, what's she called? The South African lady. She.
Oh, yeah.
What's she
oh my
called?
God.
What's she called? Gisela.
Gisela, she's amazing.
Something about a bear. It's a bear thing.
Yes, it's Bear. Come on, you guys. I used to follow her in the very beginning. Grizzly True Crime. Grizzly.
That's it. Yes. Thank you so much. So she appeared on Popcorn Planet, and Popcorn Planet was massive in the Johnny Depp trial. Right. That's how I discovered YouTube. I soon drifted away from all of that, but Gisela introduced me to Kylie Rodney, and I am so gutted I missed your live on Kylie Rodney. I am going to go back and watch it, because that got me so invested into YouTube true crime. And then I was looking into Kylie Rodney, and I was kind of live, not live on my channel, but live when this happened at Idaho. Yeah. And I remember, I think I discovered Harsh at that point, and it was like, oh my God, 4 students. So I was there right at the beginning. It was like, there's a brand new horrific case, and I was there right at the start. Yeah. And I had so much to say. I had to start my own channel. I still prefer watching other people and commenting on their channels. But I think most of us who've been there from the beginning have really, really started it from scratch. And we know so much. We might have forgotten a few little things, but we were there from the start. And none of my original questions have been answered from the get-go. It's like, hang on, this doesn't make sense. I'm still waiting for those questions to be answered.
All they do, Nelly, is they answer our questions. Like you said, we all have questions I have questions that I asked on November 14th of 2022 that have never been answered to this day. And in fact, what they have done is they have given us more questions with the as answers to our questions to
Yeah,
continue going forward on with, and it's never changed. It's never changed.
never changed.
That is absolutely correct because they refuse to be honest. I hate, for lack of better terms, they refuse to be honest about what truly and honestly conspired. Why they're doing that, we've never. That's I think that's the biggest question every one of us has asked. Why is this happening? Why did this happen like this? Okay, and why now? And I have claimed this before. I believe that there's a cover up for the cover up for the cover up of the cover up. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. It
They
does.
they have to continuously keep changing the story because they have to continuously keep covering up the other parts of it. Okay, if that makes sense. Again, that's how I see this at this point. It started way then, almost 4 years ago now. In just a couple months, it's going to be 4 years, guys. Truly. Um, and we have been nonstop with this. We took little breaks here and there. Thank you, Bubbles. I was going to ask one of you guys to drop Nellie's link for the Beyond the Pale.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
But every time we think something, if you notice, every time something comes forth from this, it brings forth with it nothing but an absolute bucket full of more questions. And they're claiming, here's your answers. And I've noticed that they actually do respond to us. Okay. Believe this or not, I've noticed this over a period of time. When we complain about certain things, therefore then comes a version of, here's your answer, but it's not an answer. It gives a ridiculous explanation and creates more questions to it. Okay. So they do listen, they do hear us, and they do respond in hopes, I think, to shut us up, but it doesn't work. It just makes it worse. So it's never going to. We're never ever. I've already come to this conclusion and understood it, but we're never going to get the absolution of real truth on this ever. Okay, we'll get pieces of it here and there, I think, but never the full.
I'm not sure anymore, Dago. I'll be honest. I until Bryan spoke up, I would have been with you on that. I went to bed, woke up, and I had the weirdest thing the night before. I thought my biggest problem with Bryan is he's never spoken. That
Of
was
course.
my biggest problem. I'm like, why haven't you just shouted from the rooftops? I got it to a point, but I thought, it's time you said something. I'm not joking. I woke up the next day to Bryan has spoken, and I was like, oh my God, that's bizarre. I completely agree with what you said, but I just feel that he was, what's the best word to say it? Coerced, I suppose, into keeping quiet. I think he was. I think I'm sorry, the people who still believe in Ann Taylor. I just don't anymore.
I fully understand that, Nellie. We've been. I'm glad that I was going to ask you if you had been caught up with all that stuff recently. There's a lot to that at this point now. It's really, really like outlandishly crazy too to see what has come from that. And obviously you've heard Dr. Turby's interviews.
Yeah.
And
well, one. I only did the latest. I need to go back to
okay.
What did he call them? Queens off the clock?
Oh, the custody queens off the clock.
Yeah. But I do need to watch that one. I couldn't bring myself to watch Cyree. I'll be honest with you. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't get my head around.
It's very sad what has happened with that. And I don't know if you heard what I talked about yesterday, that I have a slight bit of a theory on that, and I'm not dead set on it yet, but noticing what has happened with Cy, noticing what we saw with Ann Taylor, they've both done 360s in the court that they were in with this, okay? When they had the ball in their court is what I'm trying to say. And I really wondered, and I spoke on this yesterday, coming back from some information that was thrown at me in the morning, I have to think on this too, because it does make some sense a little bit. If they were threatened, especially Ann, we'll start with Ann. if she was threatened, and I mean threatened like real deal, life threatening threats. Okay, I found out she has 3 daughters. Um, not too long ago, and that's where that started to grow in my mind with that theory. But then seeing Cy how he did it, and then we had, if you back up Nelly to a while back when we had Gabriela Vargas was on the stand. Um, she basically opened up the door for the FBI's backdoor testing that they do, and told everybody how they do it, and then was visited by the FBI and basically told to shut up, and then she disappeared. She shut down, she moved off, and she's gone, which is very sad. And then we see Ann Taylor do kind of the same type thing. She kind of was deflated at some point. She was going full bore,
Yeah.
headstrong. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Boom, and it was gone. Okay, and now we have Cy Ray doing his 180 on this thing. Something's not right. Something is
I
not
agree with
right with
that.
it.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I agree with that.
I wonder if people have been physically threatened with this. Like, listen, this is how this goes. You're either going to jump on board with me, or this is what's going to happen to you, or something around you. Now, folks, I'm not saying this is a factual statement. This is not something I think is 100% what it is, but I do definitely wonder now, because of the way it's happened with so many people, that it very likely could be. That's all I'm saying, because otherwise nothing else makes any sense to me. It just doesn't. For that many people to be going one direction and then halt, I mean, they slammed on the brakes and completely headed back the other way. Something's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I change my mind daily. I change
of
my
course.
mind daily. I completely agree with you, Dago. One day, the next day, I think, Anne, you dirty effer,
Yes.
quite frankly.
Yes.
I just feel another angle on this is that they're born and bred Moscow. I looked into that NACDL video, which is the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, and it
Yeah.
talked about the justice system on a whole across
Yes.
America.
Right.
And it's shocking. This isn't just Idaho. This is worldwide. I wouldn't even say it's American-wide, but they
It
are
is.
involved with America. It's worldwide. And it's about the trial penalty, and they want results. In this case, I think they want to tuck away a patsy to so that Moscow can survive, so that the university can survive. And I do think that Lana brought up a fantastic point on her latest. Oh, sorry, the last one I watched anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was, do you want the people who are gunning for the death penalty to defend you? You know, it's like it's the same people fighting for you, and it's the same people gunning for the death penalty. How can you
Right.
have the same institution fighting for you? And I thought that was such an amazing point. It was
Very,
like,
very telling. Yes. I
yeah.
agree.
And that's my problem. I don't 100% trust Anne. I did see her fight really well at certain times, and I agree, Dago. I think at other times she seemed to just, especially since Hitler, you know, she seemed to kind of shrivel into this ball.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I mean, who knows? I would not write off the fact she might have been threatened, but I
Right.
also think there's so much corruption going as a daily practice in law worldwide. I think there's so much going on under the surface. Where do we start?
Right.
That's kind of where
I
I don't
fully
know.
agree with
I
you.
don't know who to believe, frankly. I really don't.
I 100% with you on that. And that's right. Something is very, very wrong here. And now we are going to get him killed for all our tripe and true epic concerns for the Constitution. Now I fully agree. Like I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to think about this or how to look at this. I was told that the only way Bryan has survived this is because he took the plea. That otherwise, one way or another, he was going to be taken out. I've been told many things. And of course, you can't take everything to heart, but it does make sense because if you're just like, okay, what did we see way back in the when Kennedy was assassinated? We saw Lee Harvey Oswald was brought on board as the person that committed the crime, and was headed off to go to trial on everything. And guess what? Boom, he's gone. They took him out. And it makes you think why. Why didn't they just allow it to go to court, do the thing, blah blah blah? But they couldn't because they knew that, in my opinion, there's no way to prove this that he was going to say some things possibly that turned away from him. So they just killed him. Jack Ruby shot him and killed him. And it's interesting to me because we've seen other situations happen like this. Like Willie reached out to me and what's that?
Kohberger, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Brent Kohberger was taken out for whatever reason. It was very odd that it happened at the same time. We have other things that happened with Jeffrey Epstein. There's other people in smaller facilities, situations that we've seen this happen to that we don't even know about. It just, you have to think on these things, unfortunately. You know what I mean? There's Nick Malwich is somebody that is very possibly involved in this, and guess what? He's no longer with us. Again,
yeah.
like if Kopaka was brought into this for a reason. It just didn't happen over, we didn't just pick him and he's gone. It's just, you have to think and wonder on all these things. Now, are they true? We don't know 100% yet, but it's just, I don't believe in coincidence in this case is what I'm trying to say. Okay. There's too many of them for me to believe in it. Welcome back, Realize. I can't because I've never seen a case. I've seen coincidences happen. Okay. It is what it is. Not this many at the same time in the same situation within the same atmosphere. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way. It's not real. It's like a cartoon, for God's sakes, you guys. It's ridiculous. So I just cannot believe that all of these things are coincidental. They have to be linked. I'm sorry. So
I also am really, really grateful to Chris Whitcomb and Dr. Turvey for speaking out. I understand. Look, I bought the book. I bought Chris Whitcomb's book on audio because it was an Amazon deal. I haven't actually listened to all of it yet, but I got to the start of it, and he already got stuff wrong. And I thought, oh, that wasn't Bethany on the 911 call. It was Dylan. This is going to frustrate the hell out of me. But I'm still so grateful that they're speaking out. And I feel that Dr. Turvey, I completely trust him, I have to say. I think I trust Chris Whitcomb. I think he's got some things wrong. But imagine the mishmash of information, that he's seen or he's heard or whatever. I personally would verify it 1 billion times before I put a book out. But I'm really grateful to both of them for speaking out.
I think they opened the door. Yes.
It's validation for all of us who've questioned this. It's like, we're not going crazy. We're not conspiracy theorists here.
No.
This is validation that what we thought has got something in it.
Yes.
That's how I feel about those two.
And I will say there's a lot of things that I was uncomfortable with Chris Whitcomb after we interviewed him with Devil's Advocates personally, spoke to him behind the scenes about some other things, so on and so forth. And I'm going to give him a 30% of what he has said and done has become something. The rest of it, I'll give him, and he did make mistakes, of course, or it could have just been his publisher that made the mistakes. We don't know, but again, I do believe it was the first domino to knock the rest forward. Okay. So I'm very appreciative of that because if that would have never happened, I feel like we'd be sitting in the same little square box that we were sitting in 3 months, 6 months ago. You know what I mean? Going nowhere. And I think that Dr. Turvey's interview is what prompted Bryan's family to reach out and say, who are you and how do you know this and what is the deal? And in turn, now we have Bryan doing what he's doing. Okay. And at the very least, folks, I'll say this 10 million times. I do not believe, me personally, that Bryan was there at all, that had anything to do with this. But under the possibility that he did, The only way we're ever going to know that, in my opinion, is if there's a trial. They took that away on purpose, I believe. I believe there was never supposed to be a trial because there was never going to be the state never had a case. We know that at this point. We absolutely know that. And we also know, as much as I can't stand him now, Cy Ray pointed out that the state lied through the whole thing. Okay. Their case was bullshit. He pointed it out. And again, I know that that's kind of contradictory to say, well, you don't trust him, but you trust that he said that. Well, I do. I believe that Cy was on one point going in the right direction, and at some point something happened somewhere, somehow, and he had to have realization of sorts and said, okay, we got to go this way now. Whether it's to sell his book or his training process, whatever the hell you want to call it, whatever it is, he's got to do it for himself. I just don't trust him. But in the beginning, I did, because he pointed out things that we've all seen without him pointing it out. Okay. And he just verified those things, is all I'm saying. So at that point,
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Don't you think that if Cy Ray was onto something with placing Bryan inside the home, for example, the prosecution would have had it? I find it really odd that the prosecution really made a point of saying we cannot place him in that house. He's not a stalker. And Cy Ray's now coming out saying the absolute opposite of what he already said. And I just, whether he's been threatened or not, I don't know. But I do believe, this is my personal opinion, that Cy Ray did not, and I don't blame him. He was very upset, Hitler calling him a conspiracy theorist. And I just feel like his reputation was smashed on the floor when Hitler said that.
Agreed.
And I feel like he's scrambling around, but he's just coming out with word salad. It's like, where's the evidence then? Where is the evidence?
Thank you. And that is exactly what he's done. It's a giant word salad with bullshit dressing, is what exactly it has become.
Interesting.
And that's what he's doing. What's that, hon?
Your isms crack me up.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry.
As I said, I was like, I'll be laughing like crazy over here. But speaking of the term conspiracy theorist, right? Because this was used before, and I just want to address it for a moment because we are talking about it, and we've been referring to it. So that this was something that was used early in the 19th century, right? And it became weaponized. The term became weaponized by the CIA in the 60s, namely right around and really surrounding the President Kennedy's assassination.
Yes.
So it's used to, as we know, as a negative connotation. So now, they know this is something the CIA weaponized. So now you're thinking about it. Anytime you see that in the news, the MSM is on board with that kind of, propaganda. We already know that. They all say the same things. And so, we get that this is much bigger than most understand. The thing is that, with that being said, saying, oh, this person's a conspiracy theorist, blah, 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 anyone who questions or challenges, the powers that be, or, people who are trying to protect interests, that label gets put on because of the effectiveness of it being a negative term and being able to discredit people by using that term. That's why the judge said it. Judge Hitler said it, when referring to Cy Ray. He used that word. So we know that it doesn't have a good connotation. Just because we challenge the status quo, we're challenging, these things that don't make sense, because we're free thinkers, because we don't just obey and, don't allow ourselves to be hypnotized by, mainstream media. And I always say the powers that be, because, it can go a lot deeper than what we see. We get labeled these things. We're doing the right thing. I think we're more right than wrong. And even
I
with our
agree.
theories, even with our theories, I think we're closer to it than what they're saying. And I say that because I know, we all know, that the narrative that has been spun, it just, even for almost 4 years later, still does not connect. It doesn't fit.
Not even close. No,
And
ma'am.
so, with that being said, if anything, that encourages me to continue, to dig and to continue to sift and discern. And I think that's, when you stay focused on truth and, really keep your integrity about your intent, your intentions towards things like this, like you had mentioned earlier, this is not entertainment. Do we do entertaining things in between? Sometimes, yeah, because you have to. It's heavy stuff. You got to laugh sometimes. We're not laughing at the expense of victims. No, 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 no. We're the victim's family. That's, you know, but this is not entertainment. This is something that we're highly invested in. So naturally, because we're passionate about truth, we're passionate about justice, we're passionate about what needs to be done right, is that, we continue to talk about it. We continue because we already know that it ain't right, and we're not going to stop
Well, and
until.
and what else can we do except talk about it and keep repeatedly showing the world what is actually going on until somebody, hopefully one day, somebody that has some kind of ability to make something change sees it and goes, okay, I've heard this 300 times too many. Let's
Uh-huh.
make something happen here and change something here. Let's point this out to the right person. And that's what my hope is when I do this, when I repeatedly talk about it, is that the right person will see this one day or point it in the direction of the right person, and then something will come of it at that point. And until that point, or until something they get tired of hearing me, which is probably way overdue, then they'll make something happen. But until that point, I'm not going to stop it, because it always goes back to the same thing. It can happen to every one of us, any one of us, at any given time, and that is the scariest part of this whole thing. It's not okay. It is
I
not.
agree. I agree. And the thing is, I want to question when people say you're conspiracy theories. If I was present hearing that, you know, um, I have to ask the person, what do you define as a conspiracy theorist? What do you mean by that statement? Can you elaborate for me, please? I guarantee
Great
you,
point.
they're gonna trouble. What am I? I'm trembling right now. Even saying that. I mean, they're gonna trip over their words, is what I'm saying. They're gonna have to backtrack a little bit and kind of think about, well,
Yes.
you're saying stuff that's not, you know. So that's one way. That's one way to kind of shut it down, and have an intelligent conversation if they're able to engage.
Yes, ma'am.
It gets thrown around way too much. Conspiracy theorists gets thrown around way too much.
Way, and it's so lax now. It's not at all what it really truly has ever meant. Okay,
Yeah.
it's been stretched out way too many ways. It's just
Hmm.
beyond, and it's not. It doesn't play into what it's supposed to anymore. Excuse me, what it's supposed to. Um,
Yeah, and
you all,
well, it started in politics. That's what's interesting. It started, that
sure,
word, that whole phrase began within politics. So that should
yeah,
tell you something.
yeah, it did come from there initially. That's where it started, and it's rolled over into this, and it's very sad, but it's
Yeah, I
true.
think
You know
so.
what I mean? No problem, Nelly. Take your time.
And you do the victims a disservice
I
by
agree.
just throwing it around haphazardly.
I agree, and I've been attacked. Guys know this from many people. Talking about this is disrespectful to the families and the victims, and all I want to know is what really happened and
That's it.
why did it really happen? And the thing that we question, we don't challenge, we don't attack them. I mean, there are people that do, and that's shameful. I don't do that. We don't do that. Okay. But yeah, the conspiracy theory, the words came from the CIA back in
Yeah.
politics way back when.
They'd like to own it. I know they would, but they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't invent it. It
No.
was around
No.
at least a good century before
Oh, Lord, yes.
they ever weaponized it. But yeah, that's how we became familiar with it for sure.
Correct. But again, they're calling us conspiracy theories because we don't believe in what they believe. Well, we
That's
don't
it.
believe that's the only reason why. We don't believe in what you believe because we're reading documents that are telling us different stories. That's the only reason why. If you can show me documents that show and prove what you're saying, which that Bryan Kohberger was the one that did this, then I'll believe you. But nobody's ever been able to show us any documents, any video, anything that proves that this man did this. In fact, everything they have shown us, welcome, Sammy. Everything they have shown us is going the opposite direction of that. It's proving that he didn't do it. It's pointing away from him. It's running away from him, if you want to ask me. As far away from him as you can get, which is why I'm still sitting here saying this, you know.
I agree.
And like I said, Nellie's been here again from the beginning, as well as many of you have, and you've heard me say this from the beginning. If you've been in here, please show me, please show me why you think Bryan did this. And we get the same answers from the same people, and they're not true. Okay, they're just not true. There was nothing in his car. There was nothing in his apartment. There was nothing in his parents' house. There was nothing in his office. There was no connection to him. The photographs that they try to say prove that it's him have been going on his whole life. Nothing he's done. He's not an incel. He's not this. And now it's even more. Dr. Pedicure has come out and told lies about him because she's a very unhappy, miserable person that nobody likes. We have the crazy woman yesterday from the hotel making up a complete total fucking story that makes no sense. And then we have Dylan's story that has changed 52 times. So these are the unreliable people that you're going to have tell the story for you. Nobody believes.
Absolutely. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's so important to ask questions because it really forces the person to think about what they're thinking about and what they're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
So when someone becomes accusatory, instead of going on our primal instincts and becoming emotional, we need to stop for a moment and ask questions. So if they accuse you of something, well, that's a lie, or that's conspiracy theory, or and I'll say, well, why do you think that? What makes you think that? Please elaborate. Please explain, because I need to understand why you think that what I have said or what I put out there is relates to that. And, that would have to make them back it up with some sort of fact. Otherwise what they say it dissolves. There is no argument.
Fully agree. I fully agree.
Yeah. We just need to have better conversations. I think some people get so hype about things that they don't need to get hype about, end up arguing about things that really just are fruitless arguments. And it's like, taking your fists and punching the air. We have to ask ourselves, why are we here? Why are we here? Come back to that, come down to ground zero here, and then say, what needs to happen next to get closer to what we want, to our goal?
Right.
And so if it's asking more questions, trying to dig up, the right facts to support, certain claims, whatever the case may be, but just kind of staying out there in this universe that some of these people are out there, that doesn't even really exist, is just so counterproductive. I think, so much hard work has gone into from content creators, in the crime community to get this far. And the worst thing we could do is go backwards. We have to press forward.
Keep pushing forward. Fully agree with that. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed a chunk of that, but I agree completely. But I think the worry is we have to press forward, but who's listening to us, really?
More than we think, I think. I get what you're saying. I hear you. I totally know what you're talking about, too. This is the thing. We have so many new people, because of the way this case is turned, that are just happening upon it, just hearing things with fresh ears and seeing things with fresh eyes.
Yeah.
And there are going to be more. There will be more. So we want to keep them, steering them towards the truth as much as possible.
Yeah, completely.
As much
I
as
just
possible.
worry, when Netflix comes out with these new things, it's the same propaganda every time, and
Absolutely.
there's a whole chunk of Netflix audience that don't even watch YouTube. They're just believing this narrative. There's one establishment I really, really hope will do something different, and that is 48 Hours. I kind of like the way they report, and I remember when the plea deal came about, Peter Van Sant interviewed Thompson, and he just kept pressing him, saying, why didn't you get him to speak? Why didn't you give him conditions for his plea deal? And Thompson kept saying, well, there's no point. He's never going to tell us the truth. And I don't think Peter Van Sant bought it at all. I would love to see somebody in the mainstream do a balanced reporting on it. And I think that's where I get disheartened, is that, Netflix, Prime, 48 Hours, they just follow the narrative. They're just sheep like the rest of them. And that's been really depressing for me.
Yeah, I think we're all on your page with that.
Thank you, bro.
It's mainstream media.
You want to know something, Nelly? When we first met Chris Wickham, he told us behind the scenes that there was going to be a couple whistleblowers that came forward, and he said there's going to be a Netflix special that comes out that's going to be a little bit different. It's going to show some of the corruption. Okay, wow. I was like, whoa, okay. And we kind of kept it quiet. And when I heard Netflix popped up and said, we're coming out with a new spec, I was like, oh shit, here it comes. It's actually coming out. And it turned out to be just another hit piece, just like everything else. And I think it's because they're not allowed. Thank you again, Ro. I think they have to follow. They're told, you can put this out, but you have to do it this way, and you have to talk about this and this. Nothing else. You're not allowed to go any other direction with this, because that's what I've seen. And they all get, every time, I agree. Each time a new one comes out, it gets worse and worse and worse, to the point where they're completely away from the true story. Welcome,
We need like an independent documentary maker, don't we? To just, I don't know, I just don't understand why some documentaries seem to be really balanced. And some of them I watch and I think, oh, to this day, I don't know if he did it or didn't do it, or, because they've done this, balance the scales. But I have not seen one that balances the scales. And
I think some of them just do it they do it for the money. They're not even, they don't even care about the facts. It's about the money. And then you have others who really truly do care, and they want to give you the right. That's journalism. True journalism wants to bring you true stories, true information. Unfortunately, journalism has taken a hard left. It really has, and they're hard to find true journalists, and they tend to be quieted. Usually there's they're outnumbered, and so a lot of times they're quieted, and if they don't have enough of I should say, of an army, so to speak, or cred to back them up. But because of, it just goes to show you, if you look at it, especially mainstream media, and who the corporations who own them. And then you're talking about, you're going into some really powerful people with a lot of money. So if that's happening, then you have to ask yourself, what is this case really about?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I think that's.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, all of us with the brain have been wondering that for quite a while. What is this case really about? Yeah.
Right.
What they want to do is they want to program us to not really pay attention to what our innate instincts are telling us. They want to get us to dumb down those instincts, and to just, like I said, just be numb to it. And we're the opposition, so to speak, and that's not favorable. That's not something that they like. And so you see, like, ever since, if you saw how everything happened and you think about it, when you think back to when Bryan had reneged on his plea deal, and now look at all these interviews, look at like all of all the main people that purport this stuff, all the crime people, the channels, like the higher MSM connections, and they all report the same stuff, or they lean in that direction of the narrative, because they're all given a script, in my opinion, so to speak, that they have to follow, because they're getting paid by these corporations, and they have to to be able to go like on a, what shall I say, like I call it the chaos campaign, to create confusion and to poison the truth. So
doesn't it make you wonder how much we've bought in the past when we only had the news? Before we had the internet, what have we bought into?
For sure. It was happening then, just not the level it is now, because of the access that we have to things and the things that have access to us.
Right.
That didn't exist then. Now we carry computers with us everywhere, and there are phones. So, so they have more access to us now. So it's a double-edged sword.
But also, I think there were just decades where we believed everything we were fed.
Well,
Absolutely.
we didn't have a choice at that point. Right.
Yeah, we didn't have a reason to question it, really.
Yeah.
Those were simpler times.
This
we didn't know the difference either.
That was the reason. That was the reason, yeah.
This chunk of people, I mean, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions probably, who won't go against that because it's what they know. It's like, we're the sheep. We believe people in uniform. We believe the government because they're too afraid, I think, to really question it, and they're too afraid to believe otherwise.
Right.
And that's where we're stuck.
Mm-hmm. And we know just things have become worse. It's it just seems like the wickedness of it has increased. It seems it's becoming more and more emboldened. The things that used to hide and lurk in the shadows is now coming out and going, hey, here I am, and what are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? So that tells you that's how empowered, that side has become.
I fully agree with you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, one sec.
But we can't go away. We have a purpose in all this. So
no, and I feel like if we do go away, it's over. That's the whole point.
Oh yeah.
You know what
Well,
I mean?
who else is gonna care? Who else is gonna care?
I fully agree with you. I absolutely do.
Yep.
Excuse me for 1 second, ladies. I'll be right back. I have to hit the little boys' room, please. Excuse me.
And I just find, I have a friend, Nellie, who's in the UK, and we talk often about this kind of stuff. And we come to find that it's just the same all the way around the world. It's not just the US. Things are nuts in the UK. Things are, in the same way that things go. It seems to be relative all across the world. I wonder if Nellie can hear me. Maybe she can't hear me. What do you guys think in the chat about what we're talking about right now? Do you think that there's a greater need for the crime sleuth community in these days and times and the craziness that's going on in the world? Or do you think, there's that it doesn't really matter? I'm curious to hear what some of you guys think.
I'm sorry if I did try and leave a message. My son's pizza was
okay.
done. I gotta give my son his pizza. So I'm so sorry if I missed something.
That's all right. You're both back. So it's good.
I do have another interview with that Connor put out by David Jansen. It's a short one that I
Okay,
did
Yeah,
want to
go
kind of
for it.
review as well.
do it. Yeah.
1 minute here.
Do either of you, while you're getting it ready, have you ever watched? I've mentioned this once before. The Chit Show. It's like this little. It's so hilarious. Just look it up on YouTube when we're done here.
What is it
It
called?
it's called the Chit. So CHIT Chit Show.
I haven't. No,
It is hilarious.
I
And so
will.
I've said a couple things. I'm like, they must not know what I'm talking about because he says things like, "Do it, lady." Like there's these little lines that he says that's pretty funny. So, you just watch it, and then I'll have to check back
I
with you
will.
and see what
I
you
will
think
definitely
for
look
sure.
into
It's
it.
so funny. It's all on YouTube. So
I agree, Sleuthy. We do.
it's kind
I
of like
will
The
look into
Office.
it. I wrote it down. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's like The Office almost. It's shot like The Office, and there's these little 2-minute clips, and it's just so good. It's just so good. It's hilarious.
That's awesome. Yes, I agree. We cannot become sheep, Jackster, because there's enough of them out there. We don't
But
need no more. That's a fact.
amen to that. Mm-mm.
All right, let me get this set up. Like I said, this is only like 15 minutes long. 1 minute. All right, and just in case we can't understand something, we got subtitles. Here we go.
Well, as I said earlier, my name is Gideon Roberts. I'm a detective again of State Police. My partner, Ryan O'Hara, also a detective with State Police. So, appreciate you coming down. The reason that we want to talk with you is obviously we're both involved in the investigation regarding the homicide here. So, of course, as we've been going through a lot of the digital evidence, a lot of the video, your vehicle, or what we believe to be your vehicle, was caught on a couple cameras around that time frame. So, of course, as we work this, not only are we focusing on identifying what we believe to be someone or somehow involved, but any other vehicle that we see at any time surrounding here, we want to be able to identify and then just make sure we know who this was and mark it off. Cover our bases.
Yeah, totally. That makes sense.
So the evening of the 12th, early morning of the 13th. Can you give me just a breakdown of your activities and your timeline?
Yeah, would have been, let's see, because it was Sunday when everything kind of took place. So it was the evening before.
Okay.
Late. I was out with some buddies. We had basically went bar hopping that night. Just for fun, like we do. And then we stayed out until the bars closed at till about whatever, I think it's 2:30, 2 o'clock is closing time.
Okay.
And then I walked with my buddy back to his place, which is over near so we walked from about, and then I drove home after I sobered up a bit. And I rolled up my driveway, would have been close to 3 o'clock in the morning, I would imagine. And then slept and then got up that morning and I took my trash down to the street right there at the end of that road there where that big dumpster is. Took my trash there, went back, had breakfast in my apartment, and then I left to go do groceries and laundry and stuff around, I want to say about 10:30 that morning. And then I stayed out there, and that's when I actually got the text message from my buddy Dave that something had happened. He got the vandal alert because he's on campus. And he had said, "Hey man, I got a vandal alert. There's been a murder on your street." And I was on my way in from doing laundry. That's when the cops and everybody was there around 12:30, 1 o'clock, whatever time that was. But yeah, that was, where I was and stuff that evening prior, and then in the morning time too.
Okay. Yeah. So just to back up a little bit. So I just want to confirm your address. What is your
my address is
all right. And what vehicle were you driving?
So the same car I drove here today. It's a
No, great cars. I had a 86, so the same thing as the first car for me. So excellent. Okay. And what color is it? Excellent. Okay. And you said you were out bar hopping with some friends. What were their names again?
We went to, I'm trying to retract the night now. We've talked about all of this and how peculiar this is because we were in that main street. We might have walked by those kids or whatever too.
Yep.
But me and my buddy Dave, we had a drink at Tonga. We walked over to Mills, and that's where we shot pool and stuff. But most of the evening, that's where my buddy Kyle met us.
Okay.
And then we stayed there for quite a while, and then we decided to walk down to just to kind of.
Thank you so much for that tattoo, gal. God bless and appreciate it so very much.
Close the night.
Sure. Okay. I'm sorry. Last name again.
Sorry, guys. Oh, it's redacted right now.
And if you guys need their numbers or anything, I can give those to you.
If you have those, would be awesome. Can we start with Dave?
Yep. Let me look this up here.
Sure.
I think so, Bubbles. I was wondering that too. I think it is. Welcome, Terry. These redactions get so irritating. Is this the TA that Yessie mentioned in her tip? I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, it is actually. It's the TA that Yessie tipped about.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe a silly question.
Sure.
But it was by my life, just for talk with these guys. Do you know, are they both residents here in Idaho?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Excellent. All right. That just helps me when I go to verify. I can look at the driver's license. Super easy.
And he drives a white car.
Yeah.
I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't ask, obviously, or the obvious questions. Did you know any of the victims? Okay. Were any of them in any of your classes?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, it's one of those things too. When I saw their photos and stuff, I just obviously my heart goes out to everybody. I don't know how many students I've had over the years. I don't remember them being in the class of mine or anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right. Did you, well, you said you didn't know him, you hadn't spent any time with him outside of the classroom or anything like that, any personal life?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never ran into him on the street or anything?
No, I mean, there's the one thing I remember talking to the investigative reporter from the Idaho Statesman like last week or so.
Okay.
And he was wondering about like if I'd ever seen them around, and that area back there, I was telling him the same thing, is that there's so many students and stuff when it's a normal like warm weather semester. I mean, it's possible I could have drove by and they were out somewhere one time or something, but I just can't, recall really.
Sure.
But I never had any interactions or anything with them for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So you bring that up, so now I'm just curious.
Yeah.
So reporters have been out canvassing or knocking on doors? Or?
Yeah, just kind of, I've noticed there's some of them are just kind of like waiting for people to park, and then they're just assuming like, oh, you live here, let me talk to you.
Sure.
Thank you for joining us today, Nellie. It's always a pleasure and an honor to have you here, and I hope to see you again soon. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Hey, Nellie.
But that was Kevin. I can't remember his last name, but I talked to him last week. But other than that, everybody's been pretty chill back there too, and staying off the roads and stuff because it's getting kind of gnarly back there with the ice and stuff.
Yes, it is. I was actually just at your apartment private calling, and yeah, that's pretty nasty. That little hill parking lot area.
Oh yeah, I don't know what the grade is back there. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, and actually the one above you, where it comes to that S corner.
Forget
I only imagine people end up in your apartment.
Oh, totally. Yeah, a couple of years ago, that's exactly. People were coming down there. It was just too slick, and you slide until you can't go anywhere, and you just kind of go off a little berm.
Oh, man. Yeah. All right. Well, anything that I haven't asked that you might think is useful or wish to know about?
Yeah, I don't think so. I was thinking about this just after I had got that call today, and I don't know how many of the neighbors you guys have really talked to, as far as like the Queen Road, all those apartments. Mm-hmm. But I know like the person who lives right next to me, I've never seen them before.
And I believe he's a law TA.
Okay.
But other than that, there's nothing I can really think of.
Okay.
When all of this happened, I was talking to my mom and stuff on the phone, trying to think like when I was coming up that drive, early in that morning, I didn't notice anything or see anything out of the ordinary.
Sure.
The same thing in the morning when I took my trash down the road, it was just so quiet. And I just remember seeing all the trash and stuff there. And I don't know if that had been emptied immediately after all that stuff happened, but I know that there was a report or something that the police had kind of went through trash and stuff. But I remember throwing my trash in there, just going, Jesus, somebody needs to fucking pick this up. But I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, that I normally would on a Sunday morning,
Yeah. And you have for me, when did you say you threw your trash in there?
This would have been about probably 9 a.m. or 9:30 or something like that early when I got up.
So what time do you think you came home?
From doing like grocery shopping and stuff?
No, before that. So you said you were out at the bars and waited to.
Yeah, this would have been probably close to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. So if I were to say that we had seen your vehicle in the area around 2:48 a.m.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That'd be about right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Okay.
Just out of curiosity, since you live so close, is that house typically pretty with a lot of parties?
They're usually, it's very busy, that house, and then the ones that are at the end of King Road, that like little, I don't know, cul-de-sac or whatever you want to call it, that one's usually just hopping with people. So that one, and then the one that was a newer build, it's kind of like adjacent to that one that nobody's been really there since all this happened.
Okay.
And as far as I know, it's all undergrad students and stuff that live back there, but on the weekends, and I told the reporter this too, because he was wondering about the frequency of parties and stuff. I said, usually it's like stuff starts like Thursday night and it just goes all weekend until you just don't hear nothing on Sunday because everybody's sleeping in or whatever.
Yep.
But that's in my experience. And I've lived back there this is coming up on 5 that I live back there. It's just the same, whether the students are coming in and out or if it's the same students or whatever. It's just the environment back there. That's how it's always been. And it's so weird now. It's just so quiet back there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I would imagine like if anybody's telling you that those houses are like not that, it's just not the case.
Okay.
Yeah. You could, if I don't know how many people you guys have talked to in that apartment complex, but they'd probably tell you the same thing. It's a little rowdy back there, but.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a mixed message, but the majority of people kind of tend to be, it's college, what do you expect?
Yeah.
Which, that's certainly.
Yeah, it's part of it.
It's part of the experience, so. Okay, awesome.
Sure.
If you don't mind me asking, what type of, you said you're an artist, what type of art?
Yeah. too.
Excellent. Well, and I got to ask because I can hear the accent a bit. So, where are you from originally?
Oh yeah, so you hear it.
Oh yeah. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, that's all my students, they comment the same thing when I start talking.
Yep.
There are certain phrases I have too. They're like, what is that?
Uh-huh.
I remember I said something about like the night before Halloween one time about being like Devil's Night. And they're like, what?
Yep.
And I go, you guys don't do that? They're like, no. And I go, okay, that's good. That's good.
Yep. Yeah. Well, excellent.
Cool.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in. Anything that you can think of?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, like I said, that really helps us hammer this down because not only are we focused on, of course, I'm sure you've seen the news press release of that one white car.
Right.
We want to talk to those people as well.
Yeah.
But any other vehicle that we see, we want to just
totally. That makes sense.
We can make sure that we talk to and identify anybody with those vehicles as well. So, excellent. Well, thank you very much for taking your time out and come talk with us.
Yeah.
Get you out of here.
If you guys need anything else, just let me know.
Excellent.
I don't live too far.
All right. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day.
I think don't.
Hang on, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Terry.
Don't quote me on this because I've only watched it once on Lana's channel, but I do believe that the reason he didn't get a vandal alert, I mean, he's a TA. You should have gotten one if he lives in that area, but he actually is a TA in Washington, and his friend's a TA in Idaho.
Okay. Is that why he was brought into this, or is it because of the other?
He was brought into this because that was a tip.
Right. Okay, that's what I thought. Gotcha.
But I'm just saying that he said his friend called him and said there's been a murder, killings or whatever down in your street, and he hadn't heard anything because he didn't receive the vandal alert, which his friend did.
Right. Probably because of where he lived, or because of where he was. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean he lives in Idaho. I mean he lives on real close to 1122. In fact, I think it might be Jack Showalter's apartment.
Well, I know he was talking about the dumpster when he was taking his garbage out, being in that same area. I thought so.
Yeah,
I understand that. Hold on 1 minute. I think my wife's trying to get a hold of me. 1 second. You can keep going.
This guy didn't have a lot to say though. It was very short. I listened to it earlier as well. Guess he didn't have a whole lot other than talking about what we already know about how they party over there.
well, I mean they live in a fishbowl. I can't imagine that no matter where you live if you live in that area, you're going to hear it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you think about all the times that, all the noise complaints that, that 1122 had to, endure with the police. All the admonishing for their noise complaints and such.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that they were blasting music at times too, but I mean, they weren't the only ones. So.
And his friend actually was going to hitchhike home, and then it showed in the records, the police records. She pulled up, and it pulled up is that right at that time, a courtesy call, a courtesy, I don't know what they call it when they take you home. A policeman, an MPD policeman took his friend home, but dropped him off across the street. Don't ask me why.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. Maybe because the cop had to go. It was kind of like, I'm going this way. I'm not going out of my way. Maybe, who knows? That's interesting though. When you say that, it makes me think of the Sobro stuff that's going on. Like David Barrocho saying how he was, providing services that night as a Sobro and just giving people rides. But then someone else was supposedly giving rides also. So I wonder how many of those were out that night.
Well, they're pledges normally.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. I think David Baruchua was already a Sigma Chi at that time.
Yeah, I don't think he was a freshman, but maybe they needed somebody to. I'm sure
Yeah.
they sign up. They have allotments where they sign up and they have to do that.
I would think that's probably that they're probably on a rotation or something. But it just makes me think about, because you already hear about, Eric Gower out there, which we already know that he's a past alumni, like he's been graduated, but he's still very active in his fraternity. So, doing different things and mentoring and all that. But he was out there that night. And then you had David Barriochua out that night. And then there was another one I thought I heard about. There was somebody else out there that night. So it just makes me think of, okay, well, how many people were doing this, for this area, that they're not too far from each other, how many people are actually giving rides,
I don't know. Okay, sorry about that.
No problemo.
I don't know if you heard me say that his friend, his buddy that he was with, who's the other TA in Idaho, was hitchhiking home, and he stopped I can't remember. She showed me the names of the picture. She showed us the roster, but
right.
But one of the cops on his report said giving a ride or something like that, courtesy ride. So he apparently he took him home. But the thing is, he didn't drop him off at his house. He dropped him off across the street from his house. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Definitely strange. Any other thoughts about this interview from you guys at all?
She went through a lot of playing the video to make sure to see if you could see his car come in that night and see his car go to the store the next morning.
Yeah.
So I think he may be the 248. Aren't there two, like 258, 248, something like that?
Yeah, I know. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And she thinks it's the 248, but we couldn't see him coming back. So he must have gone a different direction, or if he even went.
You're right. Exactly. Yeah, as these continue to come out, I will continue breaking it. Like I said, each interview with each person might have a little bit of a nugget of something, and eventually we can put all these pieces together, hopefully, and something comes out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Yessie complained about him, except I don't think we know that, do we?
No, I don't.
She said he came in bloodshot eyes a lot, but that to me is not somebody that is a murderer.
No.
They just drink a lot.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you're a murderer. Just like the crazy oh my
cat
God,
lady.
Yeah, that woman from the hotel, that interview drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely insane.
Which one?
The hotel one. Hold on a minute. Keep going.
Well, I'm waiting for you to tell us which ones. I can't remember. I can't believe my brain can even remember as much as it has on this case. Does anybody else remember? Because I know that other people have seen this video. Does anybody else remember for sure what apartment complex he lived in, this guy?
The guy from the interview we just watched?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
just curious. Wendy. Taco is simply so low. I just had to do that. I'm just reading the comments. Play the Jeopardy song. Okay, here's a question, Tat. I thought they did check the trash. Did they not? Why would they not check the trash? Then again, that might make sense. Wow.
Okay, I'm so sorry. That was my wife. Yes, there's a lot going on with paperwork and stuff that we're trying to back and forth with while she's at work and I'm here. So my apologies for everybody. Thank you, Realize, for joining us. I do definitely appreciate you being here. Welcome, Sharner. Great to have you back today. So, was there any other thoughts, feelings, and opinions about this interview or any of the interviews we've looked at today thus far?
Not that guy, but Tat said that the police never checked the dumpster. Did they not
They,
go to the dumpster?
they, the only time I saw that, Terry, is the night that they removed the bodies, the night of. I think it was Lanier walked over, said he was going to go check the dumpsters because people kept saying things. He walked over, looked at the mess, and walked back and said, "I can't see anything in there." Thank you, Fox. Very much appreciated, my friend. God bless.
How would you see anything? It was overflowing.
Yeah, that's all I know. They should have had those dumpsters like locked down. They should have not allowed anybody near them. I watched Warner's body cam video. Somebody sent me a special video on that, and you can see them going back and forth with garbage. People taking things from it. Thank you so much again, Fox. Um, Taking garbage away, adding garbage to. I mean, it's like there was nobody paying attention to anything. It was ridiculous, truly and honestly. But they definitely should have went through them. They should have went through that dumpster. They should have went through the one down in front of 1112.
Hmm.
They should have went through the dumpsters over on Linden Lane. All of them. Every single dumpster should have been completely taken out of there, taken to wherever they do this stuff at, and piece by piece gone through, in my opinion. That's how you do a murder scene. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Do you think they might have taken the dumpster and elsewhere to go through it?
I swear I remember somebody saying that a truck pulled in, dumped it, and off they left. That was it. The one that was in front of 1122, at least, which I
Really?
think is insane. I think that's insane. I mean, if you remember back when we covered the Quentin Simon case, they locked down the dumpsters in any kind of garbage disposal area. They took them, separated them, took them to special dumps, broke everything down piece by. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't
Yeah.
even bother to do that here.
Yeah.
So
I do remember that.
it's ridiculous, completely ridiculous. They should have also went through Bryan's trash. If they really thought that he was the person, they should have went to his apartment complex and went through his dumpster as well. I don't think they did. I'll be honest with you.
Well, I remember seeing a photo of like the forensic people cleaning or checking. I don't know if they were checking for fingerprints or blood or whatever they were doing, but it was right near the sliding glass door, and there was a big bag of trash there that had a big pizza box in it. I know that.
Yeah, they just left that all lay there too.
Yeah.
They
I
they
don't.
weren't going through anything, looking at it. They were just doing what they were told. Yeah, there was a couple, 2, 3 pair of underwear in the road. They just laid there. Like why didn't you look at all these things? You don't know who this belongs to or any of this. It was one of the most poorly investigated crime scenes I've ever seen in my life, Terry. Truly.
Yeah. Thank God, though, we have you know, the internet, because otherwise, I guarantee you, this case would have been done and signed, sealed, and delivered already, and Bryan
Uh,
probably have the death penalty.
oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and they went through. It's funny because they went through everything that is Kohberger related. They went through anything and everything you can and found nothing that relates to this at all, and I can't get past that.
Yeah, they checked the trash at his house, but they didn't check in Philadelphia, but they don't. I'm sorry, Pennsylvania, but they don't check the trash at the murder scene. That
And
makes
well, that's what I mean, and I don't think they checked his garbage at his apartment complex in Washington either. I'm just saying, I would've if I thought he was the actual killer.
hmm
That's an interesting point, Parody. The killers might have grabbed clothing trophies dropped on the way out the street. And it could be. I very likely could be, but that's again, that should be their thought process, but it's not. And that's kind of what my thought is that proves that he was picked. Period. They didn't need to do all that stuff because they already had who they had. No matter what was going to happen, that's who it was. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Rose said simply don't. Oh, so she was saying that. Remember, the trucks were followed by media.
Yeah.
And they had it all laid out on the ground. So maybe they did check it.
Maybe I just didn't see. I remember ever seeing it, so it could be. It could be. You know, we don't know everything, and I've never admitted to knowing everything. I know there's a lot of things that I've missed that I would have, but there's a lot to it too. So I've tried, but if that's true, then okay, good. That means they did something right.
Yeah.
Where are we at time? 4 hour. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for today then, because we're 4 hours in, and don't forget, everybody, we do have the last 24 tonight. Also, don't forget, Dylan's going to be joining Miss Logan over at Bronx Tales tonight. I think it's at 6:30. For those of you, if you don't, hold on a minute here. 1 second. I'm sorry. If I can find this. Yeah. Dylan's going to be joining Logan with Bronx Tales True Crime. I think it is 6:30 tonight. The link is in the chat.
Is that Eastern time?
Yeah. Our time.
Gotcha.
There's the link for it right there. And then tonight, following that, myself, Mike, Dylan, Audrey from Glitch DNA, and Truth and Neurons are going to be on with the last 24, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Another great show. Full house on that one. That should equal out to be a great conversation.
What is that again?
The last 24, they'll drop the link in the chat, and I'll throw it up on the screen for you to see.
Oh, okay. You'll be on Mikey's channel.
Yes. Mikey, myself, Dylan. Wait, hold on. Mikey, myself, Dylan, Audrey with Glitch DNA, and Truth and Neurons. All 5 of us.
Cool.
We will all be there tonight, 9:30. Dylan's joining Logan at 6:30. So fun-filled night for sure. Thank you, Bubbles. But yes, make sure you guys tune in. It is definitely not a boring night tonight. Dylan's going to be busy all day today. There it is. Thank you, Bubbles. And I do want to thank everybody and anybody that may have donated to support the channel here or myself. It is more than appreciated from my entire family. That is all, like I said, going towards helping towards our move. God bless to all of you. At some point, I pray to God we do hit what we need to do to make that happen. And I have no words for any of you that are doing that. You guys are amazing, and God bless. So much appreciated. You have no idea. So thank you to all of you. And again, thank you to all of you that are here today and that are always here. Please make sure to hit that like button, share it out, let everybody know what we've done and what we're going to do. Make sure to hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything we do. We do appreciate you guys so very much. As always, please don't forget to hit the like button on your way out the door if you have not yet done it. And if you're not subscribed yet, please do that and make sure to hit the notification bell here. That way you don't miss out on what we do. But you're always, thank you, Ro. Always appreciated. And I love to each and every single one of you guys. I appreciate your opinions, your thoughts, your feelings. Thank you again to you, Terry, to Realize, Analyze, Dylan. Everybody that jumped up here with me today and voiced your opinions and your feelings. Thank you so much for joining us. You guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing, folks, because that is truly what I love about each and every one of you is who you are being you. You
thank you for
are
having me.
the best. Take care. Yes, guys. See you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the True Crime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.